time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I see the issue with that. And again,
you're not going to be able to insult your way to the presidency. That's not going to happen.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
I'm Ted Cruz, and my pronoun is kiss my ass.
So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to
Not good. Believe me, not good.
The campaign was hard. You think what President Trump went through was hard, and it was. The road ahead will not be easy. I can attest personally that in my work as the Director of National Intelligence, the deep state is fighting us every step of the way. And it exists within every single federal agency. And so I feel the same frustration that I see many of you expressing on X or in different platforms about why aren't things going faster? Why aren't we getting results more quickly? I feel this frustration every single day. We are pushing hard. Know that they are pushing hard back.
That's for all our Tulsi fuckboy friends out there.
That's for all the Tulsi stands out there. Hello, dissidents. Welcome one and all to a special Sunday evening edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobular.
Hello.
Wow, what a week for Turning Points to have their big Grifticon or whatever that is, you know? They had all the people there. You got Tucker, you got Posobiec, you got Tulsi, you got Megyn Kelly, you know, obviously it's Charlie Kirk's thing. But what timing. What timing. Charlie Kirk is going to be like, oh my God, this Epstein thing had to happen now? It's a huge moneymaker for me. Wow. That kind of set a tone for the conference, did it not? Wow.
Yeah, but it's interesting how they all coalesced around a message, as we will see later. And then Trump, having no loyalty or consideration to his allies, just blew it all up.
Yep, just took a big fat bump all over it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
they were all trying to create a plausible cover story. Nope, was not to be. Well, folks, we got a great crowd in here to start things out. Coming up on 1,000 strong in YouTube to start the chat. Over 600 now filing in over on Rumble. So thanks everybody for being here tonight. We got Jake in the booth as well. We will be switching over to Rumble for our post-show Q&A later on, since it is Sunday. That will be after the main show portion of the program. But we have a ton to get to. So, folks, sit back, relax, and enjoy. All right, I'm just going to say I'm very disappointed in this purchase. So I went to the Morgan Library the other day, and they had like a novelty cup of like, you know, these nudes from different paintings, and, you know, you fill it, and so then there would be it's not working. Doesn't work.
I'll go return it.
I think it's just David that's nude, which, you know, maybe that's the disposition of the makers.
Interesting. Well, go ahead and
I got gypped.
Go file a complaint. Yeah, exactly. We're not supposed to say gypped anymore. I always say it. I don't mean it, but I always say it.
I'm not doing it.
You told me not to do it. No, you once told me I shouldn't say that.
I was joking.
No, I don't think.
If I said that, I promise you I was joking.
You sounded very.
I promise you I was joking.
You sounded very serious. You were upset. You were crying, and you begged me not to say it.
I'm not going to play those games because
I never even knew.
I
never put two and two together.
There is no end to it.
if you really want to sit down and interrogate the origins of all the words in the English language, you'll be sitting there forever. Like, words mean what people think they mean. Linguistic drift.
Yeah, I didn't even put it together, honestly. I didn't even know. I use it every now and then just because I don't know, it's just habit. But anyway, folks, let's start the show. We've got a great show for you all this evening. So much to cover, so many topics to choose from. We tried our best to pick a diverse range of topics. And this first topic just feels like once in a lifetime. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity, just as it was a once in a lifetime opportunity for Bill Ackman to participate in a Hall of Fame tennis tournament. Yes, that's right. Bill Ackman, a tennis update. Didn't know anybody counted on Bill Ackman for tennis updates, but he says he has one. I met Nick Kyrgios on X, whoever that is, and he proposed we play an ATP tournament together. Association of Tennis Professionals is what that stands for. Unfortunately, Nick got injured, so our doubles hopes have been delayed, but fortunately, fate intervened. Jack Sock managed to get a wild card into the Tennis Hall of Fame Open in Newport, Rhode Island, at whatever the venue is. Challenger and WTA 125 event, and invited me to be his partner. I, of course, accepted. Doubles matches begin next Tuesday, July 8th. So Bill Ackman was able to fulfill his dream of being, at least for one day, a professional tennis player. I strongly encourage you to visit the Hall of Fame, attend the tournament, and come to cheer us on, or boo me if that is your point of view. Well, lucky for you, Bill, none of the pro-Palestine protesters can afford a ticket to this tennis Hall of Fame match in Newport, Rhode Island. If we win,
in spite of what you might be hearing from Bat Young on
right, exactly. It's not an elite movement, despite what they say on Fox News. If we win, I am pretty sure I will be the oldest person in tennis history at 59 to win ATP points. Now, that would actually not be true. There was a 60-year-old to win, but it was not to be anyway. So luckily, he did not need to be fact-checked on that. He says, I have the best tennis of my life, and Jack is one of the greatest doubles player ever. He won Wimbledon and the U.S. Open and a gold medal in the Olympics, and we start practice this Friday. So you never know. Well, turns out, yes, we did in fact know. So here is a little montage of how the match went. Now you can see the team with the one white shirt and the one gray shirt. That is not Bill Ackman's team. So Bill Ackman's team is two white shirts, and you can see Bill Ackman with the white hair in some of the shots. This was scored with Curb Your Enthusiasm music, as was appropriate. We, of course, for copyright purposes, cannot play that. So we filled it in with our signature dissident boogie woogie, which works pretty well. So here's Bill Ackman at the American Tennis Professionals or the Association of Tennis Professionals Hall of Fame tournament. That's Bill out of bounds. Out of bounds.
Wow, outstanding.
Right into the net. Here's another one. Ooh, right into the net.
Killing.
Over his head. So that was Bill Ackman's
killing it
tennis career, crushing it. What might a billionaire lose at? Turns out tennis, writes the New York Times. Bill Ackman, the billionaire financier, has succeeded at pretty much everything he's done, professionally and otherwise. By otherwise, he means, ruining the lives of students who are against genocide. He built his hedge fund, Pershing Square Capital Management, into a winner. He backed President Trump's third campaign and second term. Yeah, that's going great as a real winner. A whole lot of winning going on at the White House now. He's a prolific poster on social media, regularly plopping long treatises on X, which helped him become internet famous. Tennis, however, is different. That was the lesson seemingly taught on Wednesday afternoon when Mr. Ackman, 59, and his doubles partner, the retired professional Jack Sock, lost in straight sets to a pair of journeymen in front of a sweaty and well-heeled crowd at the International Tennis Hall of Fame in Newport, Rhode Island, a famed summer retreat for Gilded Age industrialists. Well, he fits right into that crowd.
Mm-hmm.
The loss came in the Hall of Fame Open, an official tournament of the lower-level ATP Challenger Tour, which effectively made Mr. Ackman a tennis pro, if only for a day. It fulfilled a lifelong ambition and more than likely, he said, ended his career. I feel like maybe it's one and done, Mr. Ackman said in the wake of his and Mr. Sock's 6-1, 7-5 defeat, noting he wanted to support younger players getting their tournament slots and shots. But I figured one in my life, that seemed fair. Some spectators, however, had
spoken like a billionaire.
Yeah, exactly. Some spectators, however, had different interpretations. Another mega billionaire living out his own private dream, said Lydia Chambers, a tennis fan from New Vernon, New Jersey, who was watching the match. I hope he's making a huge donation. Indeed, Mr. Ackman's day in the sun seemingly fit into the proud and occasionally tragic tradition of very rich men doing athletic things and embarking on adventures, sometimes with questionable qualifications. Ballooning and sailing stunts are popular, as is spaceflight, and, of course, politics. But tennis, as noted before, is different. A sport whose psychology has been endlessly analyzed, a test of talent and tactics known to bring even the greats to the point of despair. The depressing thing about tennis is no matter how good I get, the comedian Mitch Hedberg once quipped, I'll never be as good as a wall. Yes, he said that. He made that joke on the David Letterman show. I would have played it, but that's copyright protected too. But this is not. So we can show you this. This went pretty viral, thanks in large part to Bill Ackman himself, who probably felt, given the circumstances, it was best to be a good sport and retweet this himself. So he didn't look like even more of an asshole than he looks like every day of his life. But this is by good work. Bill Ackman changed tennis forever. 30 for 30 net worth, now streaming. So this is a mock trailer for like an ESPN athletic profile. This was pretty well done. Let's take a look.
Nobody thought he could do it.
What if I told you that anyone could become a tennis player?
You could say everything was stacked against Bill Ackman. No professional tennis experience, no natural coordination, $9.4 billion.
That an everyday billionaire with a social media addiction could fulfill his dream of becoming a professional tennis player.
I mean, who would have expected a really rich guy to be playing tennis in Newport, Rhode Island? Nobody.
That against all odds, some guy could walk onto an actual professional match at the Hall of Fame Open.
People train for their entire lives to reach a moment just like this one. Bill Ackman got there, he clearly hadn't practiced at all.
He's so amazing. To cheer him on, I Googled things that people say at sports games.
Sports Center.
That was me.
I've never seen anything like it.
Whiffing.
Hitting the net. Blurring the line between forehand and backhand.
He returned a serve that went 54 miles an hour.
They lost in straight sets, but Bill Ackman changed the game. The tournament organizers themselves said it was, and I quote, a learning experience that will help us make better decisions in the future. It's right there.
I think you have to give him credit for breaking the glass ceiling. Before Bill, many billionaires were out there probably thinking, I can't ever play professional tennis. And we now live in a post-Ackman world.
Generations of billionaire non-athletes will be inspired by what Bill tweeted after the game. Throughout the match, my wrist, arm, and body literally froze with the expected negative outcomes. I had difficulty breathing, and it was not a fitness issue. It got a bit better as the match progressed, but I was not able to overcome it. I regularly play with mid-20-year-old D1 college players and recently retired pros on a familiar court with no audience, with none of the same symptoms. That's inspiring.
Did he win? No. Did he play really badly despite professional players taking it easy on him? Sure. But did he inspire me to get rich enough to buy my way into anything that I want? Absolutely. Next spring, I'm going to be the backup shortstop for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
30 for 30% net worth. The Bill Ackman story. A Pershing Square production.
So like I said, Ackman thought, you know what, better to be a good sport about this than to get indignant, which, you know, that's impressive for such a staunch Israel supporter. You know, these guys are usually such cry bullies. You thought he would beat up and I don't know, call the Tennis Hall of Fame anti-Semitic. There's a lot of anti-Semitism that day. That's why he lost. He says, this is pretty good. The world needs more laughs at my expense. Well, not everybody was laughing. On his podcast, Served, the former U.S. Open singles champion Andy Roddick blasted the match on Wednesday evening, saying that you don't give a wild card, meaning an invite to this tournament, to someone who 50 players at my club are better than. This was a total miss, Mr. Roddick said, adding, this was the biggest joke I've ever watched in professional tennis. So I guess these wild cards are for like aspiring pros to be pros for a day. It's a real thrill. And instead it went to this billionaire. Now, if this were the year 2022, if this were peak woke and, a black woman who wasn't good at tennis or a trans person who wasn't good at tennis got this spot, this would be all over the Chud media sphere. How this is DEI, this is wokeness run amok, what happened to merits. But for a billionaire to get this opportunity because he's a billionaire, that is not the same offense to merit, according to the same people who would freak out if this went to, a minority group that wasn't billionaires. We don't seem to see things through the same lens when it's someone who was able to buy, like if you're able to buy your way into a tennis tournament, you earned your way into the tennis tournament, even though you really didn't, because the way to earn your way into a tennis tournament is to excel at tennis. But when a billionaire buys their way into something, when they purchase access to something, that is not seen as quite as offensive as when, let's say, for example, during the peak woke era, a bone had been thrown to a certain member of a certain minority group who wasn't qualified to be there. Then you'd hear a lot of screaming. But no, he earned it. That's the American way. That's the American way. You buy your way into spaces that you don't belong in. You could do that in just about any arena you want, including politics, as the article mentioned, and as we know, as we're learning very, very well now.
Yeah, well, this has been written about a lot. Billionaires are a privileged minority like Jews or Asians.
Right.
They're just not treated the same way that other minorities are. And it's not right. It's not right. I mean, I think people are getting really tired of them trying to pass as other minority groups, and have access to these spaces.
Yeah.
When really they're a very privileged minority group. I mean, you have to admit, billionaires. I think this is a moment, what it reminds me of, to make a little leap. It's the Sex and the City 2 moment. Sex and the City 2, they're horrible like they always were, right? They go to Dubai and, talk about haute couture and how the women are wearing designer clothes under their hijabs, and Samantha throws condoms at Muslims or something.
Right.
And all of a sudden there was all this outrage at what a terrible representation of women this was. And it's because it was post 2008 crash. Like they were the same terrible fucking people on the show.
Right.
But it wasn't a problem because people hadn't lost their houses yet. They hadn't lost their savings yet. All of a sudden, they noticed that these are horrible characters and horrible examples for women and a horrible excuse for feminism. I think that's what's happening with stunts like this with people like Bill Ackman, partly because their staunchest defenders were always the libs. And now that they saw all of these former allies like Elon Musk, like Mark Andreessen, like Bill Ackman line up behind MAGA because they saw it as being more in their interests. Now they don't have the libs trying to gas this up as, yes, and do you know how much he gave to charity last year?
Right.
And this event, Bill Ackman being involved, drew a lot of attention to this obscure event, and it'll probably help them in the future for reasons that we're not going to explain. You're not getting that. You're not getting that. This is a moment where people don't have a sense of humor about this shit anymore. It's gone too far. And particularly Bill Ackman, it is a big part of why I believe they're not getting any traction against Mamdani. Like, having experienced politics in this very Libby world where they really embraced the neoliberal formula of billionaires are our friends. We're just used to them being able to pull all the libs together around that. That's why Mamdani was such a shock, because we're so used to people like Bill Ackman being able to dictate what voters do. I mean, it's been like that my whole life, pretty much, at least most of it. And increasingly, they are reading like people who don't realize that the times changed and they can't get away with what they got away with. You know, they're wearing disco clothes in 1985 now. They don't realize this shit doesn't play the way it did a few years ago.
Yeah, well, especially, I mean, in Ackman's case, like I said, he kind of threw in with Trump largely over the Israel issue. So this, former rich Democrat who's kind of used to being able to pull this shit and still win over enough hearts and minds and enough cosmopolitan, spheres, such as the professional tennis tournament out in Newport, Rhode Island. Who attends that? Rich libs who didn't really see the humor in this or the cuteness in this. It just came off as obnoxious, partly because he comes off as just so vile and obnoxious. He's such an odious
But they were all just
figure.
as vile before.
Exactly.
They just didn't notice until they backed Trump.
Yeah. It doesn't hit the same way now. It doesn't hit the same way now. One thing that hits the same way now, just to put a button on this segment, is you can really get a sense of the billionaire psyche. This guy actually thought he had a chance to win. Like, he actually thought, hey, you know what? If I win, I'm going to be the oldest person in history to score points. At that, like, he actually was delusional enough to think that he wouldn't be totally embarrassed. And that's a function of not having anyone around you in your life to tell you no, because it doesn't pay to tell you no.
I mean, I'm sure he's regretting his stance on trans women in sports now.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yes, exactly.
He might have been able to score some points in a different league.
I know. He should have played against the women.
Yeah.
He should have played against the women. Then he
should have
made history.
Changed the way he identifies, and he could have made history.
Or that, too, or that. So he could have either played as a man in the women's game or just identified as a woman and played in the women's game. Interesting. Yeah. Well, you live and learn. You live and learn, This is why politics changes. This is why the pendulum swings back and forth, right? You have to adjust on the fly. 265-005, thanks for the $10. Says, with all due respect, if you got hard when RFK got to that stage with Donnie and you were sniffing Tulsi's farts up to a month ago, you don't get to judge people for falling for Mamdani. Thanks, DD. We got a couple Mamdani segments tonight. No, we're not falling.
We're on it.
We're not judging people for falling for Mamdani either. And I don't get hard for RFK Jr. either. I don't know if that was addressed to us or just a general point, but RFK was never my type. Steve,
I do get hard for measles.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's kind of RFK adjacent.
Adjacent. Yeah, he's a measles fetish. Yes. Steve, thanks for the $10. My favorite show on YouTube. Keep up the great work, guys. By the way, did you see Eric Adams on the PBD podcast spouting Islamophobic, racist comments about Zohar Mamdani? Disgusting. No, I didn't see that. He was on the PBD podcast.
Who is this?
Apparently, Eric Adams went on the Patrick Bet David show.
Really?
Yeah. I mean that tells you what voter
he knows who his voters are.
That tells you what audience he's courting. Wow, 2 super chats, 2 Mamdani.
He's going to clean up in Staten Island there.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, that'll do very well.
Oh, yeah. You reminded me. It's kind of adjacent because it's going to be close to the election. I will be attending the Kneecap concert in New York.
Yeah, as press. There you go. Well, you're going to bring your press badge and see what that gets you.
Yeah, I'm going to bring my press badge and my keffiyeh.
Yeah, there you go. Ackman is acting like John DuPont at the Foxcatcher Ranch. We all know how that ended. Thank you. These easy. Riv Guy, who the fuck is Bill Ackman? Let's talk about Epstein. This is so boring, Keaton. Come on, dude. Yeah, you kept chatting that it was boring. You gave us $6 to tell it was boring. Talk about Epstein and Trump's rant already.
We'll take it.
Right, we'll get to it. Hey, at least you had the courtesy to give us $6 to tell us how boring we were. Appreciate that. I saw you.
Most people just lay that on us. Man.
Yeah, most people just bitch and don't pay. So that's good.
They
you
don't
set
pay.
A good example. If you're gonna bitch, pay. Thank you. We weren't supposed to invade Greenland. What happened with that? Another broken promise. Thank you, Nocturnal Human.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Haven't heard anything about that.
I know. They gave that up. They folded on Greenland. Folded like an end table. Candace wants her money. I bet deadbeat Piers doesn't pay up. Yeah, what did she bet him $100 grand?
What was the bet about? What was the bet? I've been seeing that headline.
It was something about Macron's wife. I don't know what it was. I don't know what the exact terms of the bet
I told
were.
you, I watched her series, and I thought she made her case.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact bet was. Didn't somebody just win a lawsuit or drop a lawsuit or something? Maybe the bet was about that.
Yeah, right. With the journalist who wrote the book, look, man, she definitely was not some kind of just tabloid thing. She did facial analysis. She definitely built a case where I came away pretty convinced that is the case.
Ken Texican.
It's a weird situation over there in France.
Yes. Ken Texican says, "Go team." Thanks, Ken Texican. Appreciate the $10. Listen, all you muggles, Trump made the he who should not be named list vanish. Thank you, Eric. Who's so appreciate that. Noah Goop says,
a trans with a Schmendrick swinging it in a girl's bathroom.
Donald Trump is working tirelessly to release the Epstein files at MAGA AOC. Thank you, Noah Goop. Yep. Appreciate that very much.
He sure is.
Quite something over there. Killer Hinton says, remember the good old days, dirtbags, when the good fringe flag admiralty law and the stealth continuation of the Dutch East India Corporation were our biggest worries. Sorry about the dirtbags thing. There you go. Furrows Queen says, isn't a jack sock something a teenage boy would use for self-abuse? Good one. Thanks, Furrows Queen. Appreciate that. Okay. All right. Let's move on to, we got Epstein. See, we wanted to start out light and funny with Ackman. Now we got the Epstein stuff. Now what you all came for.
All right. The Epstein thing's kind of funny. Not what happened, but the way they're handling it. So let's take a little trip down memory lane and see what all these people were saying about the Epstein files when they weren't in charge of releasing the Epstein files, when it wasn't actually in their power to reveal the Epstein files.
That my father could be convicted of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light. I'm trying to figure out how that's possible, right, folks? It's almost like they're trying to protect those pedophiles for some reason. I can't imagine why, right?
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse than alcoholism, is the way that I put it. But we
release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive.
Now, remember, they literally, with a straight face, tried to tell you that in that interview, she wasn't referring to the list. She was referring to the totality of evidence and even the JFK and MLK.
Which is a distinction.
It was very clear what they asked her, and she answered it very directly.
Right. And the reason she did, is that it's really a distinction without a difference. Like, there's not literally an Excel sheet of clients. There's the totality of information, which contains numerous names. That list of names contained within that information is the list. So when they say Donald Trump may be on the list, they don't mean his name is on a PDF file, no pun intended, of names. They mean he is named several times in this totality of documents.
Right. But they asked her a very direct question.
Right.
She gave a very clear and direct answer.
Yes.
There was no way that she was misunderstood in what she was saying.
By President Trump.
In this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
I'm not ever going to let this story go because of what I heard from a source about Bill Clinton on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not letting it go ever. Ever.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Yeah, see, he's miscalculating. He's so used to being able to just direct his base like a rabid dog in any direction that he wants to direct them in, no matter how nonsensical what he's saying is. Yeah, no, white genocide in South Africa. Yeah. White genocide in South Africa. He's so used to being able to tell them anything that he thought he could just bamboozle them. Like, what? You're still talking about Epstein? And he thought they would dutifully go, yeah, why are people still talking about Epstein?
Yeah, move
this
on.
Is what he's doing what I voted for. And that's not what he got. So now the crew, the MAGA crew, the smarter of them, they got their story straight real quick. They're going to scapegoat Pam Bondi in order to protect Daddy.
Surely there's a woman we can blame for this. Yes.
Surely they're preferably a blonde. So they very quickly got on message to put this all on Pam Bondi. So here's Megyn Kelly. This shows you how little self-respect and pride these people have. Remember, she's bleeding from her wherever. She's bleeding from her eyes, bleeding from her wherever. All forgotten now.
Here's what I think is happening. I don't think President Trump is focused on this. He's focused on a lot of other things which are going great, and he needs to be focused on those other things. Jeffrey Epstein's not the most important thing on his agenda by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, he's crushing it on the tariffs, foreign policy, just got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. If not Trump, then who? Honestly. Barack Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize after 9 months in office. He had done nothing. He gave a nice speech about Muslims, and they gave it to him.
What did Trump do?
So President Trump should be getting the Nobel Peace Prize, and there's all sorts of things he's focused.
For what? For what? I'm sorry. For what? For bombing Iran and not ending the Russia-Ukraine war? For what does he deserve a Nobel Peace Prize?
For proposing Trump Gaza, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I just don't think this has captured his attention quite yet.
Oh.
But it needs to, because
you could argue that the idea of an elite cabal of satanic liberal pedophiles secretly controlling the media, government, and banking is really the creation myth of the whole MAGA movement.
Of course.
The idea that Donald Trump, he's not thinking about this. It's absurd. And Megyn Kelly is not stupid. She knows exactly what she's doing here. They were all doing it. She wasn't the only one, as we'll see. They were giving Trump the out to throw Bondi under the bus and blame her. Didn't go according to plan, as we'll see.
She also made a huge deal over and over again, as many of these people did, about how gender ideology is this existential threat to young girls and boys. But this is not a big deal. He just hasn't gotten to this yet.
Well, now it's not a big deal. It was the biggest deal in the world.
Right, exactly. All of a sudden, this is not a big deal anymore.
Until Daddy told them not to pay attention to this.
It's starting to create a real hornet's nest within the administration. And I've got to be honest, I blame Pam Bondi. I'll tell you why. Okay.
Pam Bondi, who shows North Korea levels of adoration every time they have a cabinet meeting in front of the press. And I just want to thank our wonderful president. It is a disgrace for an attorney general, a role that is theoretically supposed to be independent, to behave that way. And you're behaving as if Pam Bondi has some kind of autonomous decision-making power in that administration. Pam Bondi on her own decided to shut down the Epstein list. And if Trump was not okay with that, he would not have intervened.
Well, that viral clip of Trump saying, "I can't believe you're still talking about Epstein," that you just showed.
Right.
That question from the reporter was not directed to Trump. It was directed to Bondi. Trump butted in to dictate her answer. Trump wanted to jump in before she answered to make it clear, hey, this is the party line on this. So it's clearly coming from the top. There's no question about it, obviously.
Of course it's coming from the top.
Obviously.
Nothing in that White House does not come from the top. except for, competent governance. He doesn't give any directives about that, about how to actually make things work, like, flood management.
And Melania. Melania does not come from the top either.
No. Or from the bottom.
I have nothing. Yes, incompetence. Yes. I have nothing against Pam Bondi as a human being. I was fine with her nomination and her confirmation, and she's been loyal to the president. And I get that President Trump needs a loyal attorney general. Look what happened with Sessions the first time. He went away, and then the next thing you know, we had the Mueller investigation, and it was a nightmare. But there are a lot of other people who can be loyal and competent in that job.
Okay, so in response to this video, Gunther Eagleman, who, as we will see, listen, man, we do a lot of joking around on this show, but if you know Gunther Eagleman, you might want to go check on him, go knock on his door. I don't think he's doing okay. The sooner she goes, the quicker we get better. Nick Sorter. We have huge political capital right now to make high-profile arrests. Every day that passes, we lose some. We have to make a move now. She's got to go. I mean, look, it's hard to know with these faceless chuds behind an X account. Do they actually believe any of this? Or are they just selling copium to their audience to keep the grift going? Probably the latter for the most part. And here's Jack Posobiec. He knows. He's got his ear to the ground. He knows everyone's mocking all the influencers that got baited into running around with these meaningless folders. So he's trying to get out from under that. But again, he's not going to go after Daddy. It's all Pam Bondi's fault.
Pam Bondi brought me to the White House and handed me a stack of papers.
Oh, the first part is important.
And Pam Bondi brought me to the White House and handed me a stack of papers. And I got to tell you, folks, it was about as valuable as a bunch of blank pages. It was baloney. It was a binder of absolute baloney. And Pam, if you can't do your job, we'll find someone who will.
Brought to you by Birch Gold. Okay, so a lot of memes going around. And hey, this is true. Pam Bondi was Attorney General in Florida from 2011 to 2019. Never charged Epstein with any crimes. Donald Trump's been president since January 20th, 2025, and he hasn't let people see that list. Babylon B. Bondi explained she was going to release the Epstein files, but then some pedophiles asked her not to. Now, what Babylon B will never say is, and one of them was Donald Trump. Never going to make that joke in the Babylon B. And then the big copium fantasy. Appoint special prosecutor Matt Gaetz to investigate without any guardrails. Anything and everything Jeffrey Epstein. Total transparency. Then watch the nuclear meltdown at real Donald Trump. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Like, yeah, no. All of this happened outside of his oversight and purview. No. He's going to bring somebody in to clear. If only Donald Trump knew what Pam Bondi was going to do.
They just never check with the boss. Yeah.
Yeah, as Megyn Kelly said, this isn't on his radar. He's not paying any attention.
He's not paying attention, no.
Well, he paid attention at least long enough to drop this on Truth Social. And it's pretty crazy even for Trump. What's going on with my boys? And in some cases, gals. They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world. Oh, you could say that again. Selfish people are trying to hurt it, all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's because they faked his death and I hid him out on a Greek island somewhere. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files? Now, this is really daring. This is really bold what he tries to pull off here. Files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with the Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more. That's the ticket. That's the ticket. Say a lot of names of people that they've been conditioned like a Pavlovian dog in an experiment to have a knee-jerk reaction to, and maybe they'll forget that this is central to their whole understanding of government. They created the Epstein files just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me. And now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. This is the first This is the first I have ever heard the idea that the Epstein files are a Democrat creation. Didn't they run on the idea that the files reveal the crimes of the Democrats?
Right.
Like, isn't that the whole premise? And all of a sudden you're falling for Democrat
It's a Democrat op.
pedophile files. It's wow. And now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? Well, why don't you? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? Because they're in them too. That's why. As you very well know. They haven't even given up on the John F. Kennedy or Martin Luther King Jr. files.
Well, also that, just to pause, that's the lady doth protest too much, where he says, if there was anything that would have been damaging to the MAGA movement, they'd have released them. Well, none of your supporters are saying there's anything damaging to the MAGA movement in there. You said that.
Right.
We didn't say it. Your supporters want these files released because they think it's going to expose Bill Clinton and Bill Gates and all of the Democrats. Nobody on your side, none of your quote-unquote friends, which you put in quote marks, were suggesting that there's anything in there that would have been damaging to the MAGA movement. If they thought that, they probably wouldn't be a part of the MAGA movement to begin with, since this is kind of a pillar of the MAGA movement.
Well,
so he's kind of giving away the game there, right? He's like, hey, there's nothing in there that would hurt us, so let's not worry about it.
Well, now he's doing a pretty good job convincing them that he's in there.
Well, yeah, exactly.
In ways that we were never able to do, those of us on the left. He's doing our job for us.
Yeah. Also, try and say pedos instead of the whole thing, just so they don't age. So they don't age block this.
I know. I usually say fans of the playground.
Yeah, or pedos. Either one works. We don't want it to get age restricted.
I wouldn't even do pedos, like, because I'm reading. So
it's your choice, whatever you want.
So this jumps forward a little bit, because he goes and brags about what wonderful policies he has that people should be focusing on. The left is imploding. Kash Patel and the FBI must be focused on investigating voter fraud, political corruption, Act Blue, the rigged and stolen election of 2020, and arresting thugs and criminals instead of spending month after month looking at nothing but the same old radical left-inspired documents on Jeffrey Epstein. Wow, man, that is really a bold strategy there, trying to repaint the Epstein files as a radical left conspiracy.
Radical left.
Wow. Let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen. And they tried to do the same thing in 2024. It's like there's like a greatest hits album. That's what she is looking into as AG and much more.
Oh my God.
1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein. Somebody that nobody cares about.
Nobody cares about.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Wow. This was like trending like 2 million tweets.
This was nobody cares.
That is really bold, man. That is really bold. So Ken Klippenstein summed it up really well in one sentence. The Epstein files are not real, but if they were, the Democrats made them. Yeah, that's pretty much what that boils down to. First ratio of Donald Trump in the history of Truth Social. At the time that I was preparing the segment, that 40,467 replies a couple hours ago versus 35,000 at 600 likes. So yeah, man, even his own people.
That's on Truth
Social. Within the Truth, not even on X. Within the Truth Social ecosystem are not buying it. So this is very typical. Like overwhelmingly the comments are negative. You might find maybe one, I would say more than 10, like maybe 1 in 20 you'll get a positive response, if that. So this is pretty typical of what rank and file people are saying in response to that. My wanting fans of the playground to be punished for their crimes doesn't make me less of a patriot, but more. I don't understand the reason for your current attitude, and frankly, I'm beyond the point of caring. I do care about justice, whether you approve or not. And another one. This is going to cost you so many supporters, I being one of them. I have been to multiple rallies and even was there on J6. Hey, can I rescind the pardon? Can I rescind the pardon? Look up Dwayne Sykes. Look this guy up. This is one of the main things that needs fixed. Our two-tiered system of justice needs to end. We, the people, are tired of it. They can't be charged with child trafficking without there being perpetrators. Yes, I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell should be released at once if there's absolutely nothing in these files. This is the sad truth. All of Trump's followers should have been reacting this way to the big, beautiful bill, but these cultural matters just have more force. It's easier for people to understand. We're going after waste, fraud, and abuse. Oh, okay. This can't pull that off. Right. So Elon, of course, jumped into this. How can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? Community Notes and Violations asked, will exposing the Epstein files rank high on the America Party's list? 100, Elon responds. Listen, I think it's a harebrained scheme, but this is the best thing that could have happened for that venture.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Now here's Gunther, man. Gunther's not
takes
doing
attention off the fact that Doge drowned the Texas people.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Well, as we can see, this supersedes everything.
Oh, yeah.
For the MAGA movement.
Oh,
this is seminal. This is the Bible. This is the Bible for people in that movement.
More than even the 2020, like more than anything. I would
more
say.
Than anything. More than anything. So here's Gunther Eagleman. You can do both. Be angry that people who assaulted innocent children on an island walked free and still support President Trump at the same time. I do.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me.
No, but wait. So then, he got so mocked for that, including by the Due Dissidence account. He tried another tack right after.
What did I say?
Democrats are the party of fans of the playground. He goes in that direction. So our friend Blakely replied, and that's why Trump won't release the Epstein files. Wait. And Adam, this is you right now with Pepe the Frog crying. Copium. Yes. Copious amounts of copium. Scott Adams, I gotta say, man, he probably wins the award for best effort to try to spin this. Now, I don't get this, man. You're some racist cracker who's gonna be dead by the end of the summer. Aren't you afraid that you're gonna be put in a hell where you can't get away from those people? Like, aren't you afraid with the end coming that maybe you shouldn't be such a scurrilous scumbag? I guess he's not worried about eternal damnation, at least not for covering for fans of the playground.
Yeah, and just so people know what you mean, because it wasn't that widely reported, but it got out there at the time. He basically called black people a hate group because they would rather live amongst themselves than around white people. So he said that's a hate group, and he said white people should basically segregate from black people.
Well, he said the only thing you can do is get away.
Right.
Like he said, basically, you have to get away from black people.
Right, because they're a hate group.
Yeah. Yes. So he says here, this is very, very, really points for creativity. If you see the Epstein story as a crime story, which of course it is, you probably favor maximum disclosure of everyone and everything involved, including innocent people, like a typical court case. Well, no, nobody thought that the victims should be revealed. Nobody thought that. Absolutely nobody. If you see the Epstein story as something bigger, involving more than one nation, like Israel, you might see it as a commander-in-chief issue, meaning the public is not meant to have the full story, similar to most national defense issues. We elect a president to decide, in part, what the public can safely see. Would you favor full disclosure if you knew it would derail a peace negotiation? Would you favor full disclosure if you knew it would end Republican control of Congress and plunge the country back into a Democrat open border hellscape? If you can't say what you would give up to get the full Epstein disclosure you crave, you're not a serious person. That's an incredible cap to this contention.
Amazing.
To claim that other people are not serious. So basically you're saying this is a national security issue, which is a long way to conceding that Jeffrey Epstein was an op involved in intelligence services. Otherwise, why would just a private pedo on a private island be a national security issue? The only way that could be a national security issue is if the worst that people say is true, that this is an op run by the Mossad, that he was an asset. That's why he was able to get away with this so long. But you're saying, well, maybe this shouldn't be revealed. What are you suggesting? That it might blow up peace negotiations with Hamas and Israel, just vaguely. But his general contention is, yes, this might be, involved with international geopolitics. And then basically saying, okay, well, why would it end Republican control of Congress unless they're in it? Well, right. So I thought you people were so morally outraged about the Democrats not releasing it on the premise that they're probably not releasing it because they're in it. But you're saying it's okay not to release it if the Republicans are in it, if that means that the Democrats are going to take over? What a fucking clown.
He says here, would you favor full disclosure if you knew it would end Republican control of Congress? Well, not disclosing them is likely to end Republican control of Congress, so it doesn't even make any sense in that respect. Also, when you look at this, if you say, well, would you favor full disclosure if you knew it would end Republican control of Congress and plunge the country back into a Democrat hellscape? What you're basically saying is you shouldn't take issue with anything Trump does because that weakens the Republican Party and that emboldens the Democrats. So by that logic,
Right. Well, that's just, that's the road to just absolute partisanship, which at that point you're a non-player character. You're not a thinking person. You're not a rational person. If it's vote red no matter who. Right. Doesn't matter if they're involved in criminal trafficking of persons, right? You don't want the Democrats to win, do you? I mean, that's a typical Democrat argument. It doesn't matter what Joe Biden might have done. It doesn't matter if he was working with segregationists, that he's the author of the carceral state. You don't want Republicans to win, do you? But Alex Jones, probably the smartest grifter in Griftland, He really, it's funny, like you can watch him trying to find the zone where he is least likely to lose any subscribers or patrons, right? You can watch him working through that in real time. So that's kind of what he's doing here.
As you know, I just call balls and strikes.
Yeah.
And after years of saying they will release the Epstein file or list, suddenly they're not going to, and we're told it doesn't exist. But then Trump comes out last night and says, well, it does exist, but the Democrats had control of it, manipulated it, which is actually true. They've had control, but they would destroy anything they didn't want in there and leave what they wanted in there that their investigators could plant. So people say, well, then whose side are you on? This is a giant fiasco. I'm trying to call balls and strikes. I'm trying to look at every angle of this and understand what's happening, understand why the Trump administration did a 180 the last few months, and particularly the last week, and did this, and then blames loyal supporters that support the overall agenda as being traitorous for doing this. Now, we all know what triggered this. It was Elon 2 months ago saying, look, Trump's in the list, and that big breakup there, and then Trump wants it closed. He wants it shut down, which looks extremely incriminating. But from all of my deep research, never saw Trump involved in any illegal activity with Jeffrey Epstein. So we are simply here tracking.
So did that research at all involve the copious amounts of video of Trump partying with Epstein? Reporter Michael Wolff claiming to have seen the photos himself, all of Trump's very creepy comments about his own daughter, about going backstage at his own beauty pageants where the contestants generally would have been teen girls. Did your research involve any of that? See, this is what I mean. On the what he's backing up Trump's play here while trying to pretend to be neutral.
Well, he's actually taking that seriously.
I hadn't thought of that. The Democrats had control of the file, so obviously they would have taken Bill Clinton out of it, and they would have just I mean, there wouldn't have been any real Trump stuff because in my deep investigations, I found that don't worry, I'm not turning on Daddy. Don't unsubscribe.
This case, not choosing a side, not wanting to make things be what we want them to be, but simply looking at the facts. But I dropped the ball. I didn't even think about the fact. I'm like, oh yeah, if they've had the list and they've had the files for years, the Democrats would take stuff out, destroy it. Well, that's obvious. They would leave in and twist and put in what they wanted. They have a long history of false documents, reports, Crossfire Hurricane, the list goes on and on. January 6th. So we've got to investigate this. We've got to keep open minds about this on all angles. But this is the big story. And this has put the Trump administration into a mega massive crisis. And Trump at press conferences and the rest of it saying, don't ask questions, triggers the ultimate Streisand effect and is insane. So I don't.
See, it's really just an error in public relations. They've triggered a Streisand effect, which suggests an undue interest in the subject in the attempt to deflect interest from the subject. They've just mismanaged the communications. That's all it is. Because Alex, in his deep research, has found that Trump's not in those files. And yeah, the Democrats doctored them, but chose not to release those doctored files when they could have. Just kind of left them there.
Well, this is part of what has kept this grift alive for so long is when you have sycophants like this with the kind of influence and reach that a guy like Alex Jones has, you can just make up the craziest shit and they'll just run with it.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, no, the Democrats doctored the list, so that's why it's not worth putting out there. Well, yeah, that's true. They did.
Well, that's their job.
Yeah.
That's their job, just to create these just so stories that just fit the narrative that they need to fit, because the people consuming their product, I'm sorry, man, if you watch that guy and you take him seriously, well, you're probably going to be somebody that a guy like that can manipulate. I'm sorry, like, you're not going to what this guy talk about. Yeah, well, I call balls and strikes and be like, yeah, I'm getting the truth.
Yeah, this is balls and strikes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, he's right. The audience that he has, he could pretty much say anything. So Matt Walsh, here, and this is what's really going to cause a problem for Trump. You know, the ones with more self-respect, they're not buying it, or at least the ones that feel they can cross Trump and still have a career. Now, he soft pedals it a little bit, but not like Alex Jones. The attorney general said she had the client list on her desk. The White House made a big show of giving binders marked Epstein Files Phase 1 to a bunch of influencers. Now they tell us that there is no list and we should stop talking about it. Well, then why did you say there was a list? Why did you pull that stunt with the influencers? Why did you call it Phase 1? Obviously implying that there were more phases to come. If you claim that all of this seems normal, above board, and honest, you're being extremely obtuse. We're Americans. We don't accept obvious bullshit from our political leaders, and we don't move on from a topic just because we've been instructed to do so. So he starts out doing the Bondi thing, but clearly that's a reference to Trump's post there. And we'll see later, you're going to cover Tucker's appearance, where he says that even more directly. Like, none of them just want to say, fuck this guy. But that's as close as you're going to get from people on the right, at least so far. Now, we didn't want to get too deep into this because it's an evolving situation, and probably anything we say about it tonight is going to be obsolete tomorrow. There is a lot of talk that Bongino has quit. This is Dominic Trippi. DC insiders say he's already quit, while the administration maintains he's still in the role of deputy director. Emily Jashinsky quote tweeted it saying, "This isn't just gossip. As of right now, it appears Bongino is on his way out, though one source cautioned people's minds can always change." Now, I got to say, the longer we go without Bongino posting anything, knocking this down, the more it looks like he probably decided he'd rather save his reputation than his job at the FBI. He seems to recognize that this is a sinking ship, and the people who stick with this, it's probably not going to be good for them in the long run, and I think that's the right bet. Kash Patel, who is also rumored to be about to resign, not surprisingly to anyone who's paid attention to his career, knocked down those rumors. The conspiracy theories just aren't true. Never have been. It's an honor to serve the President of the United States, and I'll continue to do so for as long as he calls on me. Now, this is really shocking. This is really shocking that the guy who wrote a children's book about Donald Trump took that stand. Now, our newest member of the team, Gen X girl here, responded to this. So you're either a conspiracy grifter or a liar. Which is it, Kash? And this is from the Economic Times. Prior to his appointment as FBI director in February 2025, Kash Patel was a prominent voice calling for the release of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein, often accusing federal agencies of shielding the elite implicated in the case. But he was also the guy who wrote a book about King Donald being attacked by his enemies who needed protection from Kash Patel, who cast himself as a wizard. Yep. You know, a lot of people, when this administration was coming in and these people were being named for reasons that we were never able to understand, looked at this crazy-eyed motherfucker, this author of fawning children's books about the object of his affection, Donald Trump, and somehow thought that he was going to go into the FBI and clean house rather than to simply do whatever he's told by his God King. He literally wrote a children's book casting this slob, this casino owner, this failed steak salesman as the king and the savior of the nation. Look at the eyes. Why would anyone have trusted this man? So it shouldn't be any surprise that all Trump had to do was say, yeah, back off the Epstein files.
That's it.
And he's off it.
That's it. Yeah. And so, the other thing I would say is, as a guy who reads children's books to my kids, a lot of these children's books can have a, resale life decades later, Cat in the Hat.
There are 3 of them now.
Yeah. So, this is a long-term investment for him. He doesn't want to burn that relationship with Donald Trump. He wants history to write that he remained in the good graces of the king for long enough to keep selling all of these children's books. The Cat in the Hat still makes a lot of coin decades later. Kash Patel could be the next Dr. Seuss.
It's true.
Next Dr. Seuss.
It could be the next J.K. Rowling.
Yeah. Yeah. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, Jew fish.
Yeah.
It's pretty remarkable. It's pretty remarkable. And, to see Alex Jones go up there and say, well, yeah, come to think of it, he's actually right about it.
I dropped the ball. I didn't think about that.
I didn't think about that. Yeah. No,
I didn't think about how the Democrats altered the files and then mysteriously decided not to release them when they could have.
Yeah, no, it's pathetic. And as we've said over and over again, this is a core pillar of MAGA philosophy. There's no way to come out of this politically intact. Intact meaning with the same support you had going in. It's a massive net loss. And as we'll see in the next segment, the Democrats are poised to jump on this if they want to, if they have the balls to, which we'll find out more about in the next piece. Let me read.
Do you want to do chats?
Yeah, let me take a couple of chats first. All right, me shoot Skeet. Thanks for the $5. Says someone should convince these billionaires to pay to climb the Himalayas, if you know what I mean. Yes, some thrill seeking. Sphincter Knucklebuster. Thanks for Matrix for the $9.99. Appreciate that. Thanks for the super sticker, Riv Guy. Appreciate that. Mark Thickho, is the Potomac going to be renamed the Pedomic now? Got that one. Good one. Jay Bell says over under days until Pam Bondi is trans. Thank you for that. Let's see. Brad Gilbert says pivoting to their own altered fake photos of Trump Epstein. Wait for it. Your digital ID required for internet access. Brought to you by Palantir. Thank you, Brad Gilbert. Appreciate that. The Amazing Blumpkin says the Epstein files brought to you by Carl's Jr. Thank you for that, the Amazing Blumpkin. Billionaire became a professional tennis player, could have become an astronaut. Good one. Corn Pop, Epstein haiku, poolside chains now cold, names float in a gilded pool. Corn Pop knows the deep end. Good one about it. I like that. Good Corn Pop haiku. $1 Million Trooper says, if it makes you feel any better, I hear Larry Flint tried to buy some poker tournaments, if not the World Series of Poker. Noah Goop says, Bill Ackman says his next tennis opponent is 2 to 3 weeks from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Yeah, there we go. Good one. Good one. All right, let's go on to the B part.
Okay. Now, this is a real switch. After years and years and years and years of being fairly beaten up for being overrun with, sex criminals and fans of the playground, finally, the Democrats and Democrat-aligned organizations have decided to pick up the human trafficking fan of the playground attack and use it for their own. The Lincoln Project released what I think was actually a pretty devastating video. I don't see how, if you're a Trump supporter, you watch this video and say, yeah, I'm with the president.
Beautiful baby, and she's really a beautiful baby, and she's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell.
Talking about his fucking daughter.
Yeah.
What if that were Biden?
Oh,
what if that were Biden?
Oh, forget it.
Time will tell.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Ivanka, what's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that. although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know. I'll go backstage before a show, and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, so look, man, if you're going to be talking about Rabbi Shmuley having a dildo business with his daughter, if you're going to be talking about Ashley Biden's diary, but you're okay with this guy, you're a fucking clown. You're a clown. What kind of a person talks that way about his daughter? Like, how sick do you have to be in an interview to say some shit like that with like your daughter sitting there? Like, how does that make her feel? Like,
yeah, that is quite something. Yeah, quite.
You're gonna talk about, Joe Biden, he's a fan of the playground. Trump's not. He says about a child going up an escalator, I'll be dating her in 10 years.
Yeah.
If that were what if that were Bill Clinton? What would you say?
Oh, of course. It'd be wall to wall. No, forget it. Yeah, they'd be cashing in on that.
And this stuff was all out there. This stuff was all out there at the same exact time that people were making hay about Bill Clinton and Joe Biden. Donald Trump's just as bad, if not worse, than any of those people. And if you look at the fact pattern regarding Epstein, it's at least as bad as the fact pattern connected to Bill Clinton. At least as bad as that.
That's the Lincoln Project going pretty hard.
Yeah. So AOC tweeted this out. Wow, who would have thought that electing a rapist would have complicated the release of the Epstein files? That did very well, even for her, 25 million. And the Chuds are very excited at the prospect of her getting sued for saying that. They're so free speech. Such a free speech movement. Notice how free speech they are now? Cat turd. See you in court. With a picture of Alec Baldwin as Trump. Western Lensman. He tweets out Axios. ABC to pay $16 million to Trump Foundation lawyer over grape libel claim. Now, look, man, that's them pussying out and backing down because they're afraid of what Trump is going to do with control of the FCC. It's not because they were actually guilty of anything.
You're allowed to have an opinion about a public official.
You're allowed to have
that's
an
not
opinion.
libel.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's not libel to have an opinion about the president.
Right. And all these people, man, they're upholders of the Western values of open debate and free speech until they're not. Until they actually have control of government. So here's John Ossoff speaking about this in a way that we haven't really heard Democrats. They haven't really been willing to go there. Now, you want to say it's because so many of their own people can be accused of improprieties? Yeah, that's probably true. We talked about this. Me and Keaton talked about it offline a little earlier. It's not a coincidence that it's not the older ones, it's the younger ones. The younger ones, they were too young to be on that plane.
Yeah, they're like, fuck it, I ain't on the list. I'm using this shit. It's not my problem.
Even if you're Chuck Schumer, I don't think Chuck Schumer was on that plane. I think he knows people who were.
Right.
That he doesn't want to be getting in trouble, right?
But these guys are young enough where it's not their problem.
Right. It's not their generation.
Yeah.
President Trump promised to end the wars. He promised to release the Epstein files. Did anyone really think the sexual predator president who used to party with Jeffrey Epstein was going to release the Epstein files?
Hello, John. I've been watching your political career with a lot of interest, and I got some pointers for you. I don't think that Epstein stuff is really plays with voters. I don't think you should talk about that
Stick
anymore.
to kitchen table issues.
Stick to economics. People don't care about these culture war things. Ro Khanna, why are the Epstein files still hidden? Who are the rich and powerful being protected? On Tuesday, I'm introducing an amendment to force a vote demanding the full Epstein files be released to the public. The speaker must call a vote and put every Congress member on record. Now, that is like a classic kind of Republican move. He's going to introduce this on Tuesday and force Mike Johnson into a position where he either has to allow this to go to the floor or he has to get all of the publicity of not letting it go to the floor. So this is a typical GOP move. You win either way. You win if it goes to the floor, because then you're going to force everyone to go on the record about this. And you win if it doesn't, because then you say, why won't they let it go to the floor? Democrats just usually don't play this way. I think you may be right that a lot of it is generational, man. Like a lot of it is the ones who are not implicated or closely tied to people who are implicated are willing to play chicken with these files in a way that the Pelosi generation was not. Not surprising at all. The Democrat who's not supporting the release of the Epstein files, who's arguing nothing to see here, is Bitchy Torres. Bitchy Torres comes up quite a lot in the stories we're doing tonight. So here he is saying the Epstein controversy is only a distraction, folks.
We be clear that the Epstein controversy is a distraction of Donald Trump's own making, that he was fanning the flames of the Epstein conspiracy theory during the campaign. And so now he's essentially an arsonist pretending to be a firefighter, and there was no need for an investigation. The medical examiner had investigated the matter and found that Epstein died by suicide. The same conclusions were drawn by the Bureau of Federal Prisons. There was no need for a new investigation unless the purpose was to legitimize a conspiracy theory.
Okay, man. You want to know what a bottom bitch Richie Torres is to AIPAC? He gets almost as much money as Hakeem Jeffries does. Hakeem Jeffries, as we'll see in the Mamdani segment, he's done about $1.7 million. Richie Torres, not being the Speaker of the House, not being in the leadership, man, he's done almost as much money from AIPAC as Hakeem Jeffries. So that I would strongly suggest is why Richie Torres is the Democrat that won't go there. That guy is owned, bought, and paid for by Israel, lock, stock, and barrel. What? You think this gay Latino from the Bronx is just that fucking into Israel? Just naturally gets up every day and wants to defend Israel. That's really his passion? No, man, that guy gets sick amounts of money to just run cover for Israel. If anything, the fact that Richie Torres is taking that tack is more evidence that Epstein was all a Mossad op. You know, some people have pointed out, it's pretty funny timing. Netanyahu came and visited the White House. 2 days later, they shut down the Epstein files. Like clearly, if you look at the fact pattern, this is about Israel. Epstein was an op for intelligence, Israeli intelligence, and the intersection with American intelligence. They have a lot of dirt on a lot of people. And the more compromised by Israel you are, it seems like the more likely you are to say nothing to see here, no matter what party you're affiliated with.
Well, yeah. I mean, Torres, has more AIPAC money than most Democrats or Republicans. And he's only been in Congress since 2021. Hakeem Jeffries, I think, is 1.7 or something like that?
I think he's been in since 2010. He's been in office.
Hakeem Jeffries has been in office since about then.
Yeah.
And he's got, I think, 1.7 million, something like that.
Yeah.
So
and he's the leader.
He's the leader. He's the minority.
He's not
leader,
the Speaker of the House, but he's the minority leader.
Yeah. So so Torres really has him paced, pretty well. I mean, when you as a ratio, dollars to time in office, Torres is it's crazy. And well, this is what I said when we did the Jose fundraiser last year, which is just about a year ago today, almost. I said he says this stuff for money. He supports Israel for money. That's it. He has no concern for Israel. He doesn't care about Jewish people or Israelis or anything like that.
Why would this guy care that much about?
He does it for money. That's all he cares about. That's all he cares about, and that's the only reason he does it. But aside from him, I think you're seeing the younger Democrats see a real opening here. And the fact that the Lincoln Project people, who are these George W. Bush alumni, which the funny thing about that is, for the Lincoln Project to put that video out.
Well, they got busted. Wasn't one of their main people a perv? Didn't they have a
something
problem?
happened? I forget.
Something blew up.
Something blew up in their face with that. But the Lincoln Project people, these are all like George W. Bush alumni.
Right.
And in fact, it was Alex Acosta, as U.S. Attorney for George W. Bush, who negotiated the plea deal with Epstein to get him not off on the prostitution charges, but to get him to do the time for the prostitution charges, which is a very reduced sentence. So they originally hooked Epstein up. And the reason why Alex Acosta said he did that is because he heard Epstein was working for intelligence, vaguely speaking.
Right.
So he was sentenced to, I think, 19, 20 months. He served 13 and he was out. That sweetheart deal came under George W. Bush.
Right.
And so you got the Lincoln Project guys now coming out and saying Trump's on the list. You got AOC tweeting what she said. You got Ro Khanna. You got John Ossoff. So you see here, there's a lane a mile wide now.
Of course,
a mile wide for the
Democrats
to run through. From the Bush neocon, never Trump right-wing Democrats to the progressives, they can all run on this if they have the balls to, quite frankly, if they're not worried about themselves being implicated or their close colleagues being implicated. These younger Democrats don't really have that baggage. I think they're emboldened by the Mamdani victory. They're like, you know what? The Cuomo wing is on its way out anyway. So let's go for it. Let's go for it. And it is going to be.
They should.
Of course.
They should, because you'll get some MAGA people who hate Democrats, who just out of retaliation, revenge, and disgust will vote for Democrats because of the Epstein issue.
Well, yeah, and you use this to undermine all of MAGA's policy goals. Just like MAGA basically rode into office on the power of the immigration issue, right? It brings with it all of this other horrible shit. You use this to knock them down. Any argument that they make about morality and culture war, or pro-life, or pro-child, or pro-family, or even law and order when it comes to the border, when it comes to crime and punishment, all this crazy shit they want to do, any draconian moralistic position that they take can be undermined by bringing this up. If they're willing to turn a blind eye to the Epstein ring, then they are they have no moral authority to make any other argument, anything else. Period. And that's why it's a great thing to run on. I know it's July of 2025, and you say, well, the midterms are 16 months away. You bring this up all day, every day, no matter what. Yep. It's a winner. It's clearly a winner.
And this is why I've been taking a wait-and-see attitude on the collapse of the nation. The MAGA movement is collapsing so quickly that we might be able to recover from what they're doing. I mean, what they're doing is going to destroy the underpinnings of the country in ways that people have not realized yet, because it's still early and a lot of these things haven't gone into effect.
Yes.
But there are going to be some profound consequences. We're already seeing it with the Texas floods and the reaction to it. Like this is what really happens when you get a bunch of crackpots hopped up on this fundamentalist libertarian vision of government and put it into action, that's the kind of thing that's going to happen. And that's just the beginning. The more real world situations this ideology encounters, the more people unfortunately are going to get hurt and the more people are going to die. But when you look at this, the saving grace is that they are a bunch of incompetent crackpots, fruitcakes, narcissists, and sociopaths. And people like that cannot hold a political coalition together for very long. You're already seeing them all starting to turn against each other. Now, when you look at their base and how they're reacting to Epstein, okay, how are they going to react when grandma dies because she can't get Medicaid anymore? Right. Which, as Bannon kept trying to point out, not that, look, all of these people, they like to talk shit when the rubber meets the road. They haven't got the stones to really stand up and say something. He didn't speak out against the big, beautiful bill. It's a lot of MAGAs on Medicaid. Yeah.
You got to be careful.
A lot of them are. A lot of them are. And now they passed that bill. So, yeah, man, by the time you get into the midterms, things could look very different. I think they will, actually, at this point.
I think so, too. Yes. All right, we're at 919 likes. And 3,200 in the YouTube channel. 25. Great crowd in here tonight. Please, folks, smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button over here on YouTube. Smash that follow button over on Rumble. Once again, special shout out to Jake in the chat. Sparky says, Free Ghislaine. Sparky says, what's wrong with your girl, Scam Blondie? Ha. Dorian Marquise, thanks for the $1.99. I wonder who was the U.S. president in 2019. Yeah, exactly. Joshua Beaverhausen, thanks for the $4.99. You're not boring, Pete Keaton. In fact, you're the most funny host ever and so handsome. Sent from Keaton's iPhone. Haha, good one. Joshua Beaverhausen. Sparky, was Air India's 171 captain taking SSRIs? I don't know. I have not heard about that, Sparky. Brad Gilbert says Trump's second booster test that called out spinfluencers for aiding and abetting wealthy pedos who traffic kids in grape and red rum. I know what you mean there. Trump has pardoned them. P. Walker, thanks for the $5. We need peace, so we'll keep quiet about your nation arranging to have our kids blanked. Yes, thanks, P. Walker. Appreciate that. All right, what else we got over here? Eric Torres says, yesterday I was talking with my roommate and he accused me of being MAGA because I brought up the Epstein list. I told him I voted for Jill Stein twice. He had no clue who I was talking about. Interesting.
Wow.
Abiding says, Corn Pop, Epstein quote train by Chlorine Blue, glow a chain, once rattled loud, now silent where dark waters flow. Name surface like oil. A whispering crowd, Corn Pop knows what sinks below. That's beautiful, Abiding. Thank you for that. I just found out my sister is on Blue Sky, and she likes it. Thank you, the judge. Trump is in cognitive decline. The way he's snapping at people is an indicator. Could be. I Am the Owl says, while Keaton talks about MAGA selling out, let's all remember that he will sell out for Pizza Hut. We all sell out every day. Might as well be on the winning team, but has stuffed crust. Thank you. I Am the Owl.
Well, it's really the wings you sell out for, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had that in a couple of years. Now. Pam Bondi is a DEI and TNA hire. Thank you, Eric Rousseau. Appreciate that. Imagine 3 more years, once Trump is as mentally tarded as an end stage Biden was, this show is just getting started. Thank you, Back from the Road. Appreciate that very much. Dilbert was funny, though. Thank you, Kim and G. Alex Jones, interdimensional demons had control of the Epstein list. Yeah, the demons had control of the Epstein list. All right, let's move right on along here. Okay. All right, folks. So like we said, this was a very, very bad week to have the Turning Points USA conference. But, Tucker Carlson just kind of leans into it. Figures, all right, if there's tension in the air, let's cut through that as quickly as we can. So here, must listen, Tucker just went off on the Epstein cover-up and his connection to Israel on Turning Point. Absolute fire. So yes, Tucker says the I word quite a bit in this little rant, and he does come as close as anyone in the MAGA sphere has come to calling out Donald Trump directly for insisting that everybody shut up about this.
Question is not, was Jeffrey Epstein a weirdo who was abusing girls? Yes, we can answer that. The real question is, why was he doing this, on whose behalf, and where did the money come from? And those are the questions that need to be answered. And I think it's entirely fair to ask them. And it's not adequate to say anyone who asked them is somehow desecrating the memory of little girls who died in Texas. I'm not going to put up with that answer. I don't care who gives that answer.
Referring specifically to Donald Trump, who in the answer that he gave to the reporter says, you're still talking about Epstein when we're dealing with Texas and all this other stuff. So that's pretty clear what he's referencing there.
That is not acceptable. And I think the real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of intel services, probably not American. And we have every right to ask, on whose behalf was he working? How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan?
Yeah, see, this is why the whole, well, you know, Ghislaine trafficked people just to him, so that's why she's in jail, because the victims were going just to him. This whole thing makes no sense unless he was part of a broader network. It just makes no sense unless he's part of a broader network. His whole life trajectory makes no sense. The way in which this was done with an island and a plane that has all these famous people, you know, logged as having gotten on, like, there just is no way this could not have been part of a broader conspiracy. All a conspiracy means is when two or more people get together and do something that they're not supposed to, and they try and get away with it. And this was clearly, yeah, right, yeah, exactly, like this show, or like Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's a conspiracy. There's two people right there. Now all you need is more, which clearly there were.
Well,
where did all the money come from?
Eric Weinstein actually posted something about this. You know, I didn't want to drag out the segment, so I didn't use it, but it was actually kind of interesting. He made the point that, you know, it's beyond Mossad, it's beyond any particular intelligence agency, that Jeffrey Epstein, if you look at the money involved, he was a front operation for a lot of different interests.
Oh, yeah. No, he didn't get like a W-2 from Mossad every year. It's not like he was an employee. No, he was the liaison between a lot of these different interests.
A lot
of course.
Yes.
And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed.
Big ovation at Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk's a very pro-Israel guy. It's a pretty big ovation at the mention of Israel in that way.
That's naughty.
Is what I keep saying. MAGA is not. Right. MAGA is not. There are a lot of people in their leadership who are probably in a position to get some moolah to have that position. The rank and file hate Israel. You've got your fanatics, but most of them are sitting in front of a mic. Most of them are professionals, man. If you're talking about the average person, they fucking hate Israel. That's why you get an ovation like that.
Into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There is nothing hateful about saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying that. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that. I've spent my entire life pretty much in Washington, where I knew and loved a number of people, including one very close person who worked at CIA. That has never prohibited me from saying, I think the CIA has done some horrible things, murdered a bunch of people, participated in the murder of a sitting US president. It's got a whole trail of crimes. That doesn't make me a disloyal American. It doesn't make me anti-American in any sense. I was born here. My family's been here for hundreds of years. I love this country. That's why I live here. So criticizing the behavior of a government agency does not make you a hater. It makes you a free person. It makes you a citizen. You're allowed to do that because you're not a slave. You're a citizen.
Oh, well, tell that to your friend there. Tell that to your friends at the Justice Department. Tell that to the President of the United States, because he certainly doesn't view us that way. He certainly doesn't view us that way. And that's why, you know, as much as like this is kind of cathartic to hear, you kind of run out of patience with guys like Tucker who come out and make these arguments every once in a while. Okay, well, what about Mahmoud Khalil, who's now suing
the United States government for false arrest and wrongful imprisonment for expressing an opinion that the government doesn't like. Is he a slave or is he a citizen? Now, he's not a natural born citizen, but he's on a green card. He's a legal permanent resident.
Right.
Has every right to call this country his home, which means he's supposed to be protected by the First Amendment. But they're treating him more like a slave, much more like a slave.
And you have a right to expect that your government will not act against your interests, and you have a right to demand that foreign governments not be allowed to act against your interest. That's not creepy. It shouldn't be forbidden. And yet all of us have trained ourselves to believe that you can't say that somehow, that that's like too naughty and forbidden. And the effect of making that off limits has been to create a lot of resentment, and I'll say it, hate online, where people feel like they can't just say, like, what the hell is this? You have the former Israeli prime minister living in your house. You have had all this contact with the foreign government. Were you working on behalf of Mossad? Were you running a blackmail operation on behalf of a foreign government? By the way, every single person in Washington, D.C. thinks that. I've never met anyone who doesn't think that.
Every person in Washington, D.C. thinks that. I've never met anyone who doesn't think that. He's lived in D.C. most of his life, as he just said. He's worked in media, Washington, his almost his whole life. He says he's never met a person in D.C. who doesn't think that. Yet Donald Trump tells you there are no files, there's no list. It was him and Ghislaine Maxwell fulfilling this fetish for
no, totally.
underage girls.
That's how a math teacher without even a BA
he's a dropout,
winds up with an island.
Yeah.
Winds up with the largest private house in Manhattan. Winds up being a tax advisor to billionaires. Yeah, no, sure.
Yep.
That tracks.
I don't know any of them that hate Israel, but no one feels they can say that. Why? And I think the longer that we play along with it, the more subterranean and creepy and hateful the conversation actually becomes. So I think it's better just to say it right out loud. Did this happen? And of course, that question has been asked to the government of Israel, and their answer is, we're not going to tell you. And I think our answer should be, no. As long as we're sending you money, if you were committing crimes on our soil, we have an absolute right to know, did you do this or not?
Goes over very well. As you said, that audience clearly not a pro-Israel audience. And this is a compounding problem for the Republican Party, I would say, even broader than just MAGA, is now you have this issue, which has been, so core to the, argument of, conservatism and sort of the traditional average person versus the Davos lizard people, the godless hedonists, who like to partake in these kinds of things that Epstein did. Not only is that true, and then not only does that create a huge problem in and of itself, but now, of course, Tucker just stepping right on the other third rail of this, of course, which is the Israel connection. So now you have really two major issues driving a wedge through the conservative movement in a way that I think has repercussions beyond MAGA. I think it has repercussions even outside of the midterms or even 2028. Like, these kinds of issues, these kinds of events create crises of confidence in the system. And this is what we said going into Trump term 2. Okay, what happens when MAGA realizes they've been screwed? People are not inclined to run into the arms of the liberals, but they're going to go somewhere. Do they just retreat, crawl back into the woodwork they crawled out of when Trump came down the escalator? Because we know that Trump mobilized a lot of formerly apolitical people. Or are they too red-pilled now? Now they're hooked into the ecosystem. Now they're watching Jack Posobiec, they're watching Charlie Kirk, they're watching Alex Jones. And no matter what these clowns try and do, they're not going to be able to convince a sizable majority of their listenership that there's nothing to see here. That's not going to fly. That's obviously not going to fly. It's obviously not going to fly. And so what you're seeing here is a real splintering off of the conservative movement, I would say. I would say this is bigger than the MAGA movement at this point because it touches on Israel too.
And, that's why I became interested in the Epstein case. I mean, I always thought it's interesting from like a true crime standpoint, right? I guess. And the lesson of which is if you're rich and powerful, you get away with crimes that ordinary people couldn't. Okay, nothing I didn't know going in. What made me more interested in this is when I found out that, yes, he is almost certainly an intelligence asset, because that makes this a political story with implications that at this moment are unknowable and may be unknowable forever, because you just don't know how broad they are, right? You can't know what you don't know. But yeah, no, this is going to be a nightmare for them. And good, they earned it. They deserved it. They deserved it. They poured fuel. They poured gasoline on this culture war fire for many, many years. They created a lot of antagonism. They created a lot of ill will about people whose lives they knew nothing about. And now it's coming to bite them in the ass. And so that's great.
Yeah, the problem they're having is that their base is a lot less inclined to bend the knee than the Democrats' base. The Democrats is very much, I mean, up until maybe now, we'll see how things go going forward. The libs are hall monitors. It's a party of hall monitors. It's a party of people who really wanted to be liked by their teachers in school. And people like that, they'll pretty much go along with anything. And the MAGA base is not like that. And part of the reason is because they're less likely to have something to lose.
Right.
There is no more conformist group of people than middle and upper middle class people. They have just enough to have something to lose and not enough to be able to piss off the establishment without losing what they have. You got them exactly where you want them. They are the most invested in the system of any segment of society. This working class base that moved over into the Republican Party, particularly with the advent of Donald Trump, man, a lot of these people have hard luck stories, man. Like, they're not invested in propping up a politician that way. We've had a lot of, in terms of what this is going to do with people who got politically activated by this. We have a lot of MAGA viewers who will drop into our comments section, particularly after this blew up, saying, I'm never voting for anyone again.
Right.
Like, they're not going to run out and get behind the party of Kamala Harris. Like, the party would have to drastically change. Now, I know we'll get into this a little bit more in the Mamdani segment. There's a lot of debate right now around what Mamdani's victory means for people on the left and what it doesn't mean, and getting sheepdogged into the Democratic Party and whether you should resist that and fight against it. We'll talk about that. But the fact is, Bernie Sanders killed it in front of a Fox News audience, in spite of what these really disdainful of workers, leaders of the party that we've had really since the Clintons, projected the old new left. I mean, the hippies hated the old New Deal workers that dominated the Democratic Party. The Clintons were these new college educated, privileged enough to be more concerned with identity than labor rights version of the left that emerged in the 60s and 70s. The Clintons were that left taking over the establishment, and we've been paying for it ever since. Now, if you start to turn the party back into a party of workers, we know from the reaction that Sanders got that, yeah, man, like, you could possibly win that group back over, but you would really, really have to purge Clintonism from the party entirely. Like, the Pelosi's, they'd all have to go. The Schumers, that whole thing would have to go.
Sure. All right, so let's move on. So here's another Tucker piece from the Turning Point USA conference. This is a Tucker Carlson speech at Turning Point USA, where he dips his toe back into economic populism and even goes so far as to criticize the Republicans for using culture war wins as appetizers, but never delivering on economic empowerment for the working class.
People what they actually want long enough, and instead substitute things that you claim they should want, like bombing Iran. You know, I mean, I'm not for Iran, where you spend all day telling me that it's so important that, you know, boys not playing girls' soccer teams, whatever. I agree. But I don't know. It kind of feels like you're feeding me appetizers. At some point, I want to look around and see a better country. I want to see a country I recognize. I don't want to see people sleeping on the sidewalk. I don't want to see people ODing on drugs. I want to know where those drugs coming from. Why can't you stop it? You've got the U.S. military. Don't you have SEAL Team 6? Like, what are they doing today? Don't you have Delta Force? You could give me another segment about how impressive the U.S. military is? I believe you. Why aren't they employed to make my country better? Why are my cities disgusting? I don't even want to go there. It smells like weed and halal food.
What's wrong with weed and halal food? I mean, I've never been a weed guy myself, but I am a big halal food guy. What's wrong with that? Notice, what is he talking about? He's talking about why isn't the army stopping the drugs from coming in, right? These are the MacArthur Park raid the other day. The solution for guys like this is more policing, more controlling of the border, just more draconian crackdown on the undesirables, right? Let's see if he has anything else to say.
And you're lecturing me about how it's a great moral victory that I kicked the boys off the girls' soccer team? Good, I'm so glad. But let's do the real stuff, like making New York livable and create an economy where my kids can have kids. How about this? How about we just make the measure really super simple? Can my children have without the benefit of like the great luck I have had, can they have a roughly approximate life that I had? Or how about just a middle-class life? Can they like get married young, as I did, and like have 4 kids and, you know, take a couple jobs, work hard and all that stuff? But in the end, it's like, fine. Can they do that? Or is that like so remote a possibility that you need to tell me that Iran is the real threat? Take my mind off the fact that you stole the money and screwed up my country beyond recognition.
Okay, so, you know, this is something, like I said in the last segment, I'm kind of running out of patience with this shit, because this is a common tactic of a guy like Tucker, who every once in a while will make these rhetorical gestures in the direction of economic populism or even leftism.
Isn't he an heir to Swanson Dinners?
Well, he's a step heir. I think I don't think he actually was in line for that money, but he was born into a very rich family. I think one of his parents remarried into Swanson money or something like that. But he's a very rich kid. He says he's very open about the fact that he grew up a very privileged rich kid. And every once in a while, like I said, he will gesture in the direction of like economic populism. When has he ever supported any politician that hasn't made these problems worse? Go ahead. Right. Name one movement he has attached himself to that has not ended up, when they've won and taken power, making these problems worse. You can't, because there is none. We could also go back to the year 2024 on the campaign trail when Tucker booked that arena tour, the swing state arena tour for Donald Trump. That was when you could actually influence the campaign, actually exert some leverage over Donald Trump, actually make a case for the kind of economic populism and the kind of empowerment of working people that he did. Let's see. Did he talk that shit, or did he talk appetizers, meaning culture war? Well, Exhibit A, Roseanne Barr. Here she is on the Tucker Carlson tour.
Babies, that is not bullshit. You know they eat babies. That is not bullshit.
They eat babies.
It's true.
So it's not just the dogs and the cats, not just the pets.
It's not just the dogs and the cats. They're full-on vampires. And everybody still thinks I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. They're full-on vampires. They love the taste of human flesh, and they drink human blood.
Oh, there you go.
I never drink. Why?
Exactly, yes. So there's Roseanne Barr. How about this? For no culture war, no appetizers, just economic empowerment. Here he is with transparent huckster Russell Brand's leading prayer.
in prayer?
Oh, yeah, all right.
Would you close in prayer?
Oh, yeah, all right.
I call on the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, our heavenly Savior. I pray in your name that the forthcoming election be an opportunity for unity for America and for Americans, for forgiveness and for grace. That the dark and demonic forces that appear to operate at the level of the state, the deep state, and the corporate and global world experience your light, Lord, that we are guided, that you guide all of our tongues and all of our words and all of our hearts, that we feel your forgiveness and that we feel your grace. Thank you, Lord, for the many gifts that you have bestowed upon us. Thank you for the glory of consciousness itself in which we can experience you and live you. Thank you for the beauty of nature in which we see your wisdom and your creativity and your infinite glory. Thank you, Lord, for the many leaders, and thank you, Lord, that you were born and died that we may be forgiven and that we may have eternal life.
No, that sounded like a bunch of appetizers to me. Yes. Sound like that's a big shrimp cocktail. Those sound like appetizers to me. I don't really see any economic populism there.
That's his shtick now. That's his shtick.
All right, so that was another event. Let's go to, never to be outdone.
He is not the first to realize there's a lot of money in that sweet, sweet old-time religion, man.
That is true. That is true. And finally, never to be outdone. Never to be outdone. Alex Jones. You always have to save him for last. Here he is on Tucker Carlson's tour. Here he is talking first about how victory is within reach. Boy, did this age like milk. Let's take a look.
Do you feel that the hope that in the end there's victory? Do you really feel that?
Barring the globalists starting a nuclear war, but then they'll still get beat in that process. Those of us survive will dig them out of their holes. Their bunkers will be their tombs. But other than them trying to start World War III, which we're very close to, other than end of the world stuff, our trajectory's victory. All over the world, populists are winning. All over the world, the incumbents are getting thrown out. All over the world. I mean, you go to a comment on Instagram where they even try to censor, and Bill Gates does an interview, and there'll be 20 million views, and I'll read for an hour and can't find one person that isn't exposing him. Klaus Schwab had to step down as the head of the WF. The globalists are hated. They just had their big Davos meeting earlier this year about getting trust back, and I watched the Clinton Foundation with Chelsea up there at her gala going, everyone hates us now more than ever. What do? We've got to censor them more, and Hillary crawls out from under a rock. We'll start arresting Americans for their speech. That'll teach them. I'll get you and your little dog, too.
Okay. Once again, a reminder, Mahmoud Khalil spent over 100 days in an ICE jail for expressing an opinion that Donald Trump did not like. A man with a green card, a man who has every right to call this country his home, which means he has every right to expect that the First Amendment will apply to him. Spent over 100 days in jail, missed the birth of his child, because he expressed an opinion that the government didn't like. Hillary's going to arrest you for speech.
We have forced them out in the open. They're weak. The mask is off. And now the sleeping giant is awakened.
I mean, that's true, isn't it?
Okay, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. How on earth do you watch that guy and not realize this is how he makes his living? This is what he does. He just goes out and rants shit. Like any good performer, he gives the people what they want. But, much more transparently than anyone else I can think of in the space, he's putting on a show. He's putting on an act. Like, how do you watch that guy and be like, oh, yeah, he meant that shit?
Well, wait till you get to this part. We have to put this part. Okay, so maybe they get into something. Yeah, maybe they start talking some of these real issues that Tucker in this speech, he just said,
Deny people what
these
they
are
actually
appetizers,
want
right?
long enough, and instead substitute things that you claim they should want, like bombing Iran. I'm not for Iran, where you spend all day telling me that it's so important that, boys not playing girls' soccer teams, whatever. I agree. But I don't know. It kind of feels like you're feeding me appetizers.
Yeah. Seems like appetizers to me. You got Roseanne ranting about vampires eating blood. You got Russell Brand doing his, huckster televangelist prayer show there. Then you got Alex Jones. Let's see if they got any more serious as the night went on. Let's see what they have to talk about.
and then people are sending me stuff. So I had like MIT Quarterly coming to me saying, we've made the first humanized mice that are part mice, part human. We've made the first goats that are part spider that create body armor, but we don't show the public these facilities. It would freak them out too much. That's 30 years ago. Now you hear about the humanized mice that are part human, or salmon that are part grasshopper that grow twice as fast and kill all the real.
You ever listen to Art Bell?
And just folks, Tucker talks about aliens and absolutely there's stuff going on. The globalists are making aliens by mixing humans and other animals and insects and plants, and then they put them, they gestate them and use cow uteruses to grow them. This is going on everywhere. So there's like a breakaway whole civilization that's separate from us that the globalists have with life extension technologies and cures to cancer and Parkinson's. But instead of giving us all the cures, they're keeping that for themselves, and they're just getting ready to wipe all us out so we don't even have access to that, whether you think of it as moral or not. But
yeah, they're going to wipe us out. They are certainly going to wipe us out. You know how they're going to wipe us out? They're going to wipe us out by cutting Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security. They're going to wipe us out by brainwashing people in Texas not to pay for a $70,000 siren that would have alerted residents that there was a flood coming, so their kids may have been evacuated to safety. That's how they're going to kill us all. That's how they're going to kill us all. And what that freak show that you just saw was Tucker Carlson's campaign season tour in the run-up to the 2024 vote. So if he wanted to exert his leverage, because he has a lot of influence, Tucker's endorsement carries a lot of weight, his surrogacy for Trump carried a lot of weight. If he wanted to actually wield that in the direction of empowerment for working people, he'd have spent the fall talking about that. Instead, that was a complete freak show. We covered it at the time. Just off the deep end. We didn't even get into Jack Posobiec, but he's sitting on stage with them. It was a money-making tour to gin up the mob using this kind of culture war and conspiratorial shit. And like I said, as someone who has dabbled in conspiracy theories myself, I don't say conspiratorial as a pejorative. I have always had the critique that it should be a supplement to a real political critique, not a substitute for a real political critique. In other words, let's say you think that geoengineering is what flooded Texas. Okay, let's say that's what you think, all right? I will grant you that for the sake of argument. For the sake of argument, let's say you're right about that. It's still the fact that the municipality that invested $70,000 in a siren had no fatalities, and the municipality that didn't had a complete nightmare, right? So even if you think there are these conspiratorial forces at work controlling the weather and flooding certain places on purpose, okay, you know what? As a citizen, as a resident of a small Texas town, you're not really empowered to do anything about that vast conspiracy. You know what you are empowered to do? Get your community members together, go to the town hall, and demand they put a siren in, so when the globalist geoengineer monsters send the flood, you get alerted and you flee to safety. Like, even if your conspiracy theory is true, there are ways you can engage politically that can insulate yourself from these negative consequences and organize to toppling these forces. And what this craziness is a substitute for that. It's a substitute for that. It's a substitute for real politics. And so Tucker, every once in a while, will go on a tear about how the workers are getting screwed. When has he supported anyone who didn't make the problem worse? When?
Right.
When? And the moments when it counts, when you actually can do something about it, when you can actually influence the political process in a meaningful way, like campaign season, he turns it into a just road show of carnival barkers and freaks. Russell Brand, Roseanne Barr, Alex Jones, Jack Posobiec, just one clown after another, talking all this shit. Nothing about what he just talks about now, and yet he laments that these are appetizers. Yeah.
Right. Well, he very cogently critiques the erosion of the middle class and the working class. But what economics does he believe in? He seems to only believe in the kinds of Reaganomics that got us here. He doesn't offer any solutions that would in any way undermine that that approach to economics. If anything, he supported those economics on steroids by supporting Donald Trump. Why didn't he speak out about that bill?
The bill.
He didn't say anything about that bill.
No.
I don't hear him excoriating the billionaires and the oligarchs for not paying enough taxes. I don't hear him saying anything about how that money could be used to restore the prosperity of the working and middle class. Nor do I hear him offering any alternative theory. I'm not saying he has to be a socialist. What's your idea? I mean, it sounds like he just wants more of the same, but he wants to be able to pose as if he's morally above what more of the same results in. He wants to pretend he's not culpable in that. Regarding the freak show that he put on display there, this is the result on both sides. You see this on both sides. You know, we had a good laugh, and we've had it several times, about the DNC chair race, where they spend a long time talking about Z and Zay and these just arcane rules about gender and who gets to vote and how much representation from each group they have to have. When you are owned by the same people that you would have to undermine and, to a large extent, eliminate from the economic, cultural, and social landscape in order to actually help people, when you're completely barred from actually addressing the actual problems that people are having, you're forced to come up with increasingly bizarre explanations for people's problems. On the so-called left, that manifests as these bizarre interrogations of gender and gender identity, and it is conspiratorial in its own way. At the height of that, there's been an enormous backlash against it now. At the height of that, I mean, almost everything written from that point of view was about how there was some conspiracy to repress the truth about the identity groups and their contributions to society. The black queer men that invented rock and roll, right? The whole tone of it, very similar, very aggrieved, very much about, you know, the real truth has been hidden from you, and I'm going to reveal to you the real truth, and you should be really angry about them. And the villain in their story is the old white man, right? That's the central villain in that mythology. But what's the purpose of it? It's the same purpose. If you're not going to actually address the problem, you have to give people very elaborate distractions to explain why things suck without directing them at the actual reason that they suck, because you're owned by the people who are benefiting from this system. So you have to, in the case of Alex Jones, they take a tardigrade, they shoot it up your dick, and then you're immune to radioactivity, but they only give it to the globalists, right? You just have to send people down that rabbit hole. Now, you know, conservatives will have a lot of fun at the expense of Democrats acting crazy at the DNC chair race. Is this less crazy? Is this less worthy of scorn and mockery than what they do? It's two sides of the same coin. They want you arguing about bullshit and nonsense. Certain kinds of people are more inclined to swallow that pill in the form of the 1619 Project and other conspiratorial bullshit of that timbre. Other people are more inclined to swallow, let's face it, on that side, it's mostly white grievance politics. It's really the mirror image of the left conspiracy theory of the white men are responsible for everything. And for them, it's the white people are responsible for everything good. And the non-white people have ruined everything.
No, that's exactly it. I mean, it divides pretty much entirely along race lines. Right. Like that's crazy white
from the
people.
South African genocide.
Exactly, and that Roseanne, Alex Jones, Russell Brand, that's all Jack Posobiec, obviously. Jack Posobiec, who said that Zohran Mamdani is not an American. Being an American is not just about a piece of paper. Okay, so what are you saying? What are you saying? That he's not white. He's foreign in nature. Right? That's what he's saying. So
they said that about
generally
Obama
speaking. Too. Exactly. They said it about Obama too. Like, generally speaking, this is white people crazy. And, white people crazy in a majority white country is perceived as more mainstream than the non-white people crazy because there aren't enough non-white people, right? So if you're crazy, if you are a total lunatic ranting about racial grievance from the white perspective, that's going to be more mainstream because there's more white people than non-white people in a majority white country. So it doesn't get framed in that way, right? That's really what that is at the end of the day. And that's what Tucker traffics in at the end of the day, like when it actually matters. Even in his critique here, he says it smells like weed and halal food. Okay, well, what are you saying? You're saying it's become overrun with foreigners.
Like what? Right? Like what does that mean?
What does that mean?
Halal food.
Yeah,
like
halal food.
Why are you even mentioning that?
Right. As if that's the problem, that there's too many Muslims who eat halal food in big cities, and that's why the economy sucks. And then he throws shade at Zora Mamdani in that thing,
I like
too.
the smell of a hot dog.
Yeah,
I
right.
like the smell of a hot dog.
Why don't they have mayonnaise at the hot dog stands? Why is it just ketchup and mustard? I asked for mayonnaise. They said, we don't have any. I said, is this America? I said, do I pay taxes here? I pay taxes here. I pay taxes. I can't get mayonnaise at a hot dog at a hot dog stand in New York City. What's that about? I mean, that at the end of the day, that's like most of what
New York used to smell like pizza and bagels and hot dogs. All foods that were brought by Europeans.
Right. Exactly.
Now it smells like halal, which reminds me of Pakistan. And I hate Pakistan. Pakistan sucks.
Yeah, exactly. Fentanyl, too. Talks about the flow of fentanyl. No, of course we should stop the flow of fentanyl. I'm not pro-fentanyl. But I'm saying, what if you listen to what he's saying is that essentially what Alex Jones says and what Jack Posobiec says. Globalists opened the borders to the foreigners and they came in and ruined our country with their drugs and their weed and their halal food.
Right.
That's basically what he's saying. That's basically what he's saying. And he makes these economic populist arguments to sort of couch that in a more sort of universalist sort of critique and some more universalist language as a way to sheepdog people in to the MAGA camp. That's what that is. He's casting a broad net so that people like us can come in here and say, see, look, Tucker's against the rich. No, he's not. No, he's
exactly.
Not.
Of course he's not.
Brad Gilbert says Dilbert outed the GOP as being the group of pedos. Good job. Andy Gardner, thanks for the $10. You guys have a great show. You should be very proud just to be allowed to do your jobs. Man, the decade during post-Trump is going to be wild. Yes, it will be. It'll be kind of weird, won't it?
If there is one.
If there is one, that's right. Sparky says, look up naive in the dictionary, and there's a picture of Scott Adams. He says he's a news junkie because he follows MSM. He knows what's going on, but he stays at least 5 years behind normies. Anthony Ringett, thanks for the $5. What Kurt said the other day is true. Who gives a shit that you quit? Just say the truth. Yeah, we will see what happens tomorrow. I mean, we'll see if Bongino is still there tomorrow. Monday is probably when you'd find out, right? If he doesn't show up tomorrow, then that's not a good sign for him being there. Sparky says, at least in his first term, President Trump watched Scott Adams' YouTube channel. Scott alluded to government people have him influence Trump, not realizing they're the deep state and he's a useful idiot. Papa Shuffler says, did you guys see Daryl Cooper discussing the JQ for nearly 2 hours on the Pete Quinones show? No, I did not see that.
The JQ?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, what is that?
Wild stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Andy Gardner says, Russ, this crazy-eyed motherfucker, look at those eyes. That's his best picture, too. Yes, indeed. Sparky says, maybe off topic, how do you become a millionaire in horse racing? Start out as a multimillionaire. Ha, good one. Heard that one the other day and thought of Russell's horse heritage. That's a good one. Murder on the Orient Express, Agatha Christie Poirot. They all did it. Thanks, Anna Jackson. Appreciate that. Eric Torres says the actual term for Richie Torres is power bottom. Spark, thanks for the $5. Seems the Trump show is the same as the Biden show, except with different actors. Ryan says, voted Trump, gave benefit of doubt. I feel stupid. Well, you're not alone, Ryan. It's all right. It's all right. You're in the right place. You're in the right place, meaning here, watching our show. The AG in Idiocracy was referred to as fun bags, brought to you by Carl's Jr. Is that true? I did not know that. Wow.
Somebody says JQ is Jewish question.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that makes sense. Welcome, Gen X girl. So the DD boys finally got their Mossad handler. Happy for them. They need protection from the Betar cartel and stay the anti-Semitic weak list. Thank you. Frida Katya, don't trust those shifty-eyed Indians. They also love Israel. Ken Texican says, speaking of Dr. Seuss, would love to see Keaton and Russ do a Seuss rewrite on Horton Hears a Hasbara. Good one. Interesting. Raven Lass is more like one fish, two fish, red fish, gefilte fish. Thank you. Appreciate that. Veen Edelsbaum says Trump is still playing 3D chess. It's just the kind of 3D chess that you lose because you're not really playing 3D chess. Good one. Dedamod, Adam Schiff, 6.2 million from the Israel lobby, a big chunk from a far-right evangelical group, total sellout. Of course, well, he was in the Netanyahu picture. Did you guys see that picture of all the congressmen and senators with Netanyahu? They all posed for a picture. And Cory Booker, because he's owned by Israel, he agreed to do the picture, but he tried to hide his face from the camera so that people wouldn't notice he was there. He tried to hide behind one of the other senators. That was pretty funny. Noah Goop says largest Russian drone strike under Biden was 210 missiles and drones. Under Trump, it's up to 728, more than a 300% increase. When you guys get to 666K subs, will Russ headbang for the whole song? Yeah, we'll have to do that. Good idea. Good idea. Let's see. Do you think Tucker is ready to interview Whitney Webb? Yeah, no, that's the other thing. She doesn't get invited on any of these big shows. Right, any of these really huge shows like Rogan and Tucker.
Rogan invites like the fucking janitor from Chuckles, but somehow he is neglected to invite Whitney.
Yeah,
very weird.
Pretty weird stuff. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here to hear from Rumble Premium. So this sponsorship. Sorry, hold on. Gotta start it. All right. This sponsorship is from Rumble, and it's one that's incredibly important to the survival of the company. So when Rumble first started in 2013, they built the platform for the small creator. They didn't censor or have biases. They were fair and treated all creators equally. No one thought platforms would censor political conversation or opinions on topics like COVID, but they did. Facebook admitted they fell to pressure from the Biden and Harris administration. Rumble did not cave to pressure. They held the line, and they're attacked daily for giving shows like us a voice to talk to audiences like you. They're attacked in corporate media. They're attacked by governments like France. They're attacked from brand advertisers who refuse to work with them. So while corporate America is fighting to remove speech, Rumble is fighting to keep it. But Rumble won't survive with brand advertisers alone because they don't get many of them. So watching our show on Rumble is the most they can ask from you. But if you really believe in the fight and if you have the means, one major way you can help Rumble survive is by joining Rumble Premium, which is the ad-free version of the Rumble platform. So join the community that believes in the First Amendment and believes in our human right to free speech. Rumble is offering $10 off with the promo code STUDIO when you purchase an annual subscription. So go to rumble.com/premium and use promo code STUDIO. Like I said, if you have the means and believe in the cause, now's the time to join Rumble Premium. If you don't have the means, we are, of course, just happy if you watch us on the platform. Okay, great. All right, we will move right on along to New York City.
New York City?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So catching up with Zoran Mamdani, he's been consolidating his support among the unions. He just had a big rally with labor supporters. This is from AM New York. The Hotel and Gaming Trades Council, 32BJSEIU, the New York State Nurses Association, and the Central Labor Council gathered at HTC's Midtown headquarters on July 2nd to celebrate Mamdani's decisive win in ranked choice voting the previous day. Two of those unions, 32BJ and HTC, endorsed Cuomo in the primary and held an event at the same location with him just a couple of weeks ago, but have since switched to endorse Mamdani in the November general election. More surprising, the United Federation of Teachers, which, that's a very Libby Hillbot kind of a union. They backed Mamdani, and they say here, UFT delegates voted to endorse Mamdani. I think it was about 66% of the vote, about 2/3, because they believe he is the best candidate in the race to advance our union's agenda to protect our premium free health care, fix Tier 6, pass the Respect Check bill, implement the class size law, revamp mayoral control, and more. Now, given the composition of that union, not surprisingly, there's some backlash from some of their memberships. Furious NYC educators will stop funding UFT's political arm to protest Mamdani endorsement. And here's a quote from one of the people angry about this in the teachers union. Mamdani's record includes deeply troubling associations with anti-Semitic and anti-American views, said Karen Feldman, a middle school teacher and co-founder of New York City Public School Alliance, I guess that is. This goes beyond politics. It's about the safety of Jewish staff, the increasing ideological tensions in schools, and the breakdown of faith in a union meant to support, not divide. Now, what's really funny is later on in this, they talk about how having a mayor like that could slant the way that the lesson plans on Israel are structured, as if having this kind of a workforce in the New York public schools has not slanted the way that Israel has been taught. I can tell you, as a product of the New York public schools, it certainly has, because it's probably become more diverse. But when I was growing up, all of those teachers were Jewish women. Like, it was a huge number of, I mean, I would say a majority of my teachers going through public school were Jewish women. And I would imagine a lot of those are the ones who are angry about this now. So Donald Trump responds to Mamdani's rise as president of the United States. I'm not going to let this communist lunatic destroy New York. That's my job. Rest assured, he didn't say that part. Rest assured, I hold all the levers and have all the cards. I'll save New York City and make it hot and great again, just like I did with the good old USA. Oh yeah, things are going swimmingly over here. So this was when he went down to Alligator Alcatraz. He answered a question about Mamdani.
New York City may well be led by a communist soon. Zorhan, your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zorhan Mamdani, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zorhan Mamdani.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs to run a government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
because that's what we should send him.
Yeah, well, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live here. If they moved to North Carolina, you could count it there. So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more in the city and state governments than we get.
Right, substantially.
I love how Trump always seems so unimpressed with DeSantis.
A lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything.
He's like, right, yeah, shut up.
He's here illegally, like Obama. They never gave me that birth certificate. So Mamdani responded to Trump's claims, criticisms, and threats at that union rally. So let's take a look at some of that.
Yesterday, Donald Trump said that I should be arrested. He said that I should be deported. He said that I should be denaturalized. And he said those things about me, someone who stands to be the first immigrant mayor of this city in generations, someone who would also be the first Muslim and the first South Asian mayor in this city's history. Less so because of who I am, because of where I come from, because of how I look or how I speak, and more so because he wants to distract from what I fight for. I fight for working people. I fight for the very people that have been priced out of this city, and I fight for the same people that he said he was fighting for. Because this entire campaign has been about ensuring that this city, the most expensive city in the United States of America, finally become affordable for the working New Yorkers who make it so special. And to take on inequality, we know the most effective tool is union density. And so to stand here alongside some of the most incredible unions I have ever had the privilege of knowing and working with, it is an honor. For me as a person, it is an honor for this campaign, and it is an honor for this movement to finally make the city affordable.
Okay. Look, and we'll get more into the kind of controversies on the left around Mamdani later. He's a talented guy, man. He's very talented. He's the most talented politician I've seen come up on the Democrat side, probably since Obama, with whom he draws some comparisons. So the Democrats really don't know what to do with this guy, and this is a real case in point. So they all jumped up to defend him against the evil Donald Trump, even Hakeem Jeffries. Stop lying about Assemblyman Mamdani. He is neither a communist nor a lunatic, and New York City doesn't need to be saved by a wannabe king. Besides, you are too busy destroying America with your one big ugly bill to do anything else. Kathy Hochul, I don't care if you're the president of the United States. If you threaten to unlawfully go after one of our neighbors, you're picking a fight with 20 million New Yorkers, starting with me. Even bitchy Torres, for a sitting president to casually threaten to arrest and deport a U.S. citizen who won a major party nomination is disgraceful. Free societies do not arrest, deport, and otherwise weaponize government against their political opponents. So Richie Torres, Hakeem Jeffries, Kathy Hochul all spoke up for Mamdani, but they have another thing in common. None of them have endorsed him. None of them have endorsed him, in spite of all being New York politicians, in spite of the fact that he won the primary fair and square, they still have not endorsed him. So they're getting some pressure now from some groups. Our Revolution has started a petition. At the time, Politico wrote that article. It had 30,000 signatures. I'm sure it's higher than that now. 12 chapters of Indivisible wrote a letter addressed to Schumer, Gillibrand, Jeffries, Hochul, and Jacobs to endorse Mamdani and embrace his approach. But now here's bitchy Torres with Scott Jennings talking about a list that's being developed to primary these Democrats who are refusing to endorse.
Allies are now threatening to primary some Democratic incumbents in next year's election. Who ended up making that list? Well, there's House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Representatives Yvette Clarke, Dan Goldman, Jerry Nadler, and yes, Richie Torres, who is with us at the table tonight. So, what do you think?
I'm honored.
You know why they're targeting you.
Oh no, I'm not. I know why they're targeting me.
And you know why they're targeting
you. I don't care that they're targeting.
Well, so why don't you say it? You know why they're targeting you.
I think they're targeting me because I'm pro-Israel.
That's 100%.
Yeah, that's the issue.
They are targeting. So are you saying they're targeting you and all of these other individuals, Yvette Clarke, Hakeem Jeffries?
I think I am specifically targeted because of my position on Israel.
And by the way, he's been courageous on this issue, and he's had a backbone, and he has stood up to the wacko radicals in his party on this, and he deserves all the credit in the world for it. But that's why he's on the list, because these people have a burning hatred for Israel. It's one of their main pieces of their platform, and that's why they put him on the list, and it's terrible.
They've got the advantages of incumbency. They can coast and not work hard, not put in the sweat, not run good, effective campaigns, are in for wake-up calls.
You're describing older elected officials. He's young, he's new, he's only committed one sin in the eyes of these radicals, and that's to support Israel. So to get in touch with the base here would mean to give in to this nonsensical free Palestine movement. That's all he can do. And he shouldn't do it, and he's not going to do it.
I just want to point out.
It's Mamdani's base.
That is not Mamdani.
It's Mamdani's base.
It was affordability.
No, we're talking about the activists who are calling for your primary.
And those activists have
what I was going to say, Scott, was that I have not seen that as a rationale. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not part of the rationale. I just don't know. So I just want to be clear that you're saying that that's what it is. You're suggesting perhaps
certainly
it's that
case,
and other
true.
things.
Yeah, there's no question that's true in my case.
But
I mean, it's certainly part of it. Part of it is also that these people are all owned by the interests that Mamdani is attacking and that have made New York City unaffordable for people who are not incredibly wealthy. And I'll point out, for anyone who doesn't know, we have rent stabilization in New York. The reason I'm able to live here is I've lived in the same building for 18 years. So my rent is basically what it was in the 90s. If I had to pay market rent, I couldn't live here. I would.
Right.
I always, when I was a tour guide, I always told, because sometimes we'd have art kids who dreamed of coming to New York. I would tell them, if I were graduating college today, this is literally the last place on earth that I would think of moving. It is not a place for anyone who's not coming with a trust fund to be moving to, who's not very wealthy. How would you afford to live here? Now, in the case of Richie Torres, Upton Sinclair, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he famously said, a man has a tremendous capacity not to see a thing when his living depends upon his not seeing it. And once again, Richie Torres has done insane numbers with AIPAC, almost reaching what Hakeem Jeffries gets as the minority leader in the House, having been in Congress for much longer than Torres. How long has Torres been in? 2020?
Since 2021. He was elected in 2020, yeah.
Right. Hakeem Jeffries has been in since 2010. And as we will see, he's only got a few 100,000 more than Torres. So that's what this is about. It's not moral. There is no reason to think that a gay Latino from the South Bronx has this kind of a bone deep dedication to Israel other than what he's being paid to have. So speaking of Jeffries, Sharpton asked him about recently the New York Times revealed that among other things, Mamdani identified as African American on his application to Columbia, right? He went to Columbia. And, Mamdani's explanation is there were no boxes to really describe him because he's from Uganda and so on. Make of that what you will. But Jeffries clearly sat down with his team and decided, no matter what they ask you about Mamdani, go to economics.
Now, a quick follow-up. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is attacking Mamdani over reports that he identified himself as African American and Asian on college applications. Mamdani was born in Uganda, his parents from India. What are your thoughts on this issue? Mamdani has checked multiple boxes trying to capture what he calls the fullness of his background. I mean, is this a real issue to you?
I think to me, the issue that we have to deal with in New York City, which our Democratic nominee did talk about extensively during the primary campaign, is affordability. And particularly in many of the neighborhoods that are being overwhelmed by gentrification and wiped out by housing displacement, that whoever's going to be the next mayor of the city of New York really needs to articulate a concrete plan for making sure that working class communities, including working class neighborhoods of color, can still have a place in our great city, the city that both of us love, but we know is changing significantly in terms of the opportunity for working families and middle class folks to be able to continue to call it home.
Now, this isn't just this interview. Every interview that Jeffries does now, where Mamdani comes up, that's where he goes. Yes, and really, we have to talk about economics. He just avoids any question he gets about Mamdani by deflecting to that. So, as we mentioned, he's no slouch himself. He's no bitchy Torres, but he's done all right with AIPAC, $1,742,105. If you look at who his top contributor has been, American Israel Public Affairs has been his top contributor for 2023-2024, the most recent year we have records for, $866,425. What's really interesting, though, about Hakeem Jeffries talking about gentrification in the city becoming unaffordable, is rounding out the top 5 of his 5 largest contributors is the real estate industry at 724,582. And his second biggest contributor is securities and investment, which particularly in New York tends to be tied into the real estate industry. A lot of venture capital buying up properties. So Jeffries has been a big part of the problem that he now claims to be so concerned about. And here is the uber talented new DNC chair, Ken Martin, a guy who makes Mayo Pete look exciting, being asked about Mamdani's refusal to condemn the phrase globalize the intifada.
More. What about concerns from some of your Jewish colleagues in particular about him not outright condemning the phrase globalize the intifada in a recent interview? Some of your Jewish colleagues have said that that could be very disturbing, potentially dangerous. Do you agree with that?
You know, there's no candidate in this party that I agree 100% of the time with, to be honest with you. There's things that I don't agree with Mamdani that he said. But at the end of the day, I always believe, as a Democratic Party chair in Minnesota for the last 14 years, and now the chair of the DNC, that you win through addition. You win by bringing people into your coalition. We have conservative Democrats, we have centrist Democrats, we have labor progressives like me, and we have this new brand of Democrat, which is the leftists. And we win by bringing people into that coalition. And at the end of the day, for me, that's the type of party we're going to lead. We are a big tent party. Yes, it leads to dissent and debate, and there's differences of opinions on a whole host of issues. But we should celebrate that as a party and recognize at the end of the day, we're better because of it.
I just can't believe the party is falling apart under that dynamo of charisma that is now the DNC chair. The DNC is in chaos and desperate for cash. Under its new leader, Ken Martin, the Democratic National Committee has been plagued by infighting and a drop in big donations, raising alarms from Democrats as they try to win back power. Later on in the article, it says the DNC is so broke that they may have to borrow money to pay their bills. He says it all when he says, he really gives away the game when he says this new kind of Democrat, the left.
Yeah, the leftists, yeah.
And to make it out, you're presiding over the party that just drove out very mild milquetoast, hey, maybe we shouldn't be run by 98-year-olds and maybe we should primary Democrats, David Hogg, just push this guy out on these arcane aforementioned gender rules, but clearly they just wanted him out. Talking about how it's a big tent party. Like most of the people who fund you did not make a big show of backing sex criminal Andrew Cuomo. They just don't know what to do. If they had someone who was less loathsome than Adams or Cuomo to get behind, they'd be getting behind them. Absolutely no doubt. They are just in a position where they cannot feasibly back either of the business as usual neoliberal goons. They don't want to back Mamdani, but so much of their base and the future of the party voted for him that they can't just outright attack him and reject him the way they usually will somebody with his politics. It's the proverbial, they don't know whether to shit or wind their wristwatch. Like Trump attacks him, they all jump out in front of the parade to defend him while at the same time they won't endorse him. They have no idea what to do with this. Now, we'll get into this more on the B part. But yeah, this does represent a generational change coming to the party that was inevitable. The younger Democrats, it's not that all of a sudden they became enlightened. It's not that all of a sudden these children of the middle and upper middle class became radicalized because they thought things through. they became radicalized because the system's not working for them either anymore. You have these kids who come from families where they expect to have a nice, smooth ride through life, who are sending out 1,000 job applications and not getting any interviews. It's not working for them anymore. And you have these old mummies like Pelosi, like Schumer, who don't give a shit about anything other than maintaining their own power and their own status within the party, who are just going to you're going to take this party from them over their cold, dead bodies. And this is all coming to a head symbolically and in some ways in reality in this campaign.
Yeah, and look, the fact that Donald Trump went after him meant they had to say something, right? I mean, you can't say nothing when Donald Trump comes after you.
I didn't put that up. Did you?
No, I didn't.
I don't know why that happened.
Yeah, who knows? No, look, when Trump comes after you have to say something. My guess is they're going to wait until the very end. They'll endorse him at the very end. They're going to hope he opens up a big enough lead to the point where he becomes inevitable, to the point where their donors won't give them too much shit if they endorse him, because look, he's going to win anyway. That's what I think is going to happen. I don't think they can quite get away with not endorsing him. But I don't think they want to endorse him.
And they can't endorse Adams, and they can't endorse Cuomo.
No.
They just can't.
No, and so that would be my guess. My guess is they do an AOC job, where they wait until maybe the week of the thing when he's up by 10 and he figures, all right, he's going to win anyway.
Yeah.
So
I was with you the whole time.
Yeah, we'll tell our donors, look, he's going to win anyway. We can't not endorse him. We gave these other guys the best shot we could to, for them to overtake him. They're not going to do that. That's what I think will probably happen. That's the way they'll probably handle it in true Democrat fashion. When the Republicans...
I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with it. They're getting a lot of pressure from these groups like Our Revolution and Indivisible that, nominally they're these, Sanders outgrowth progressive groups, but they have been accommodating enough to the leadership of the party that they can't really ignore them.
Right.
Like they are entrenched in the party machinery now. And if they keep putting that pressure on them, it's going to be hard for them to go all the way to November without endorsing him, or to wait until 2 weeks before that election.
Yeah, well, that depends on the locals. That depends on, all the local pressure that builds up, especially in New York. Although I think Nadler has endorsed him. Nadler has. I was surprised he was on that list, actually. Yeah. Yeah, he has. All right, we can move right into the B, and then we'll do a chat break.
Okay, so to get to the aforementioned debate around Mamdani this week, that debate has been there from the beginning, but this really has triggered a full-throated conversation about where people on the left stand on this. Mamdani appoints top DNC and Obama advisor in bid to secure Democratic Party establishment support. We had a viewer who was really, really, really into the World Socialist website.
Jacob, I'm sure he'll call back.
Jacob, I hope he's watching, because this is like Christmas for him. Zoran Mamdani has announced major additions to his campaign team, including former DNC political director Jeffrey Lerner as communications director, and Deendra Khan, a top official from Service Employees International Union, Local 32BJ, to the campaign's political team. Lerner served in the Obama administration from 2009 to 2011 as White House Southern political director, before moving to the DNC to lead political strategy for Obama's 2012 re-election campaign. Lerner was also communications director for Andrew Cuomo when Cuomo was New York State Attorney General under Governors Eliot Spitzer and David Paterson. He has occupied top positions at major public relations firms Actum, LLC, and Dan Flores Communications, and served as a senior advisor to California Senator LaFonza Butler from 2023 to 2024. The New York Times article notes, quote, In the Obama White House and at the DNC, Lerner worked closely with Patrick Gaspard, a senior party official who has played a growing role advising Mr. Mamdani. Gaspard served as Obama's ambassador to South Africa, White House Director of Political Affairs, and Executive Director of the DNC from 2011 to 2013. Well, that's it, man. I mean, MAGA's going to kill him with his abetting of white genocide in South Africa. Gaspard was also president of the George Soros-connected Open Society Foundation from 2017 to 2020. He publicly endorsed Mamdani earlier this month and has previously advised his campaign. Khan is a labor and political strategist who has served as political director and senior advisor to the president of 32BJ SEIU, one of the largest property service unions in the U.S., representing tens of thousands of janitors, building superintendents, doormen, porters, and maintenance workers. In 2021, Khan was named to City and State New York's 40 Under 40 list for her role in the union apparatus. Her career is emblematic of a broader trend, proposing token reforms in an era in which the pro-corporate labor bureaucracy is completely hostile to the interests of rank-and-file workers. So the rest of this is a little more op-ed-y. The vicious hostility to the Mamdani campaign from dominant sections of the ruling class is motivated by fear over the broad opposition to inequality and U.S. imperialist policy that underlies his upset victory. New York City is gripped by a deepening social crisis with over 2 million residents, 1 in 4, living in poverty, nearly twice the national average. Child poverty has reached 26%, while median rents have surged to a record $3,900 per month. That's citywide. It's higher in Manhattan. Mamdani's own response, expressing the politics of the DSA, has been to accommodate his program to big business and shift further to the right. In interviews following the election, Mamdani stressed that he has a, quote, vision for every single New Yorker, including business leaders, unquote. The vote for Mamdani in the Democratic primary reflects a broad shift to the left among workers and youth, driven by growing anger over inequality, war, and the repression of democratic rights. In the 2 weeks since his victory, Mamdani has moved rapidly to court the Democratic Party establishment and present himself as a reliable defender of capitalist stability. This trajectory expresses the essential function of the Democratic Socialists of America, which exists to channel mass opposition back into the dead end of the Democratic Party and smother it. Okay, so that's World Socialist Website's take. This is the Power to the People account.
This is Ryan Knight's new account. That's who he is. Yeah.
Oh, is that Ryan Knight?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. This may upset some folks, but it is the truth. It's not a good sign that Mamdani hired a top DNC operative to his campaign. The goal is not to get the establishment to like you. The goal is to defeat the establishment because it is corrupt and puts corporate greed over human need. Now, as you can imagine, Shama had quite a lot to say about this. We're going to read some of it. Zoran Mamdani has hired Jeffrey Lerner, a former political director of the DNC, to serve as his new communications director. Some on the left are saying that this does not necessarily mean anything bad, and that Mamdani may be trying to beat the Democratic establishment at their own game. The idea that building links with entrenched Democratic Party officials can somehow work in the interest of workers has been disproved many, many times over. Rather than have such illusions, the working people and the labor movement need to break from the Democratic Party and build a new party for the working class. Towards that, we need independent fighting campaigns with candidates who will not only run on concrete demands, but also be clear that their task is to build mass movements and expose the rottenness of both the parties of genocide and the billionaire class, not to make alliances with either of them. In 2013, she actually reveals some things that weren't in the World Socialist website article. In 2013, Jeffrey Lerner joined the DKC public relations firm whose corporate clients include BMW, Airbnb, Bloomberg, and Melia Hotels, one of the world's largest hotel chains. In 2023 and 2024, Lerner worked as senior advisor to California Democratic Senator LaFonza Butler. Butler is a past president of SEIU California and close supporter and confidant of Kamala Harris. After SEIU, Butler worked as a high-powered consultant for Uber in 2019 at a time when the company was attempting to defeat the statewide bill to give employee status to Uber drivers. She was part of meetings where Uber was trying to strong-arm the unions. After Uber, Butler then became a director of public policy for Airbnb. Both the Uber and Airbnb jobs gave Butler hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in salary, plus at least $1 million in Airbnb stock. Lerner's whole history speaks volumes about which side he's on, the bosses and the billionaires. Mamdani should be bringing working class fighters and socialists into his campaign to build fighting mass movements, not hiring enemies of the working class. Okay, so in terms of reactions online, the only like normal person who's not in the politics business I found that was supportive of these choices was this person who is a cartoonist, according to their bio. SEIU 32BJ is the largest service worker union here. They helped my family. Jeffrey Lerner seems to be part of Actum, a consulting firm for all kinds of political campaign projects. I don't know how people expect Mamdani to win if they drop support the moment he ... hires a consulting firm. But every other positive comment I saw was from somebody in the business. This is a president of the union that one of his picks comes out of. This Bob Tibrowell is a lobbyist for hotels and gaming. John Tritt here, a consultant, a political consultant. So, I mean, if you know a person by the company they keep, sure, that says something. And to close this out, Nick here lays it down. Zoran Mamdani supporters are desperate New Yorkers who simply want to decrease the cost of living. I don't support Democrats, but we shouldn't be upset at or mean to them. It's not like they are supporting evil. It's our job to present another option to the working class. Okay, so it was kind of inevitable that eventually a conversation like this was going to come up because it was inevitable based on the numbers that as the boomers, and yes, we know not all boomers, as the boomers that supported Hillary and the Clintonian shift towards neoliberalism died off, and the generation that voted 70 to 80% for Bernie Sanders in primaries came of age and started to become a more dominant demographic in elections, that you would eventually have this kind of a showdown in the Democratic Party between the dying old dinosaurs that turned it into the neoliberal party it is today, for whom that is their legacy. You look at Barack Obama, that piece of shit. He clearly has a kind of ego-based need to make sure that the progressive wing does not advance in the Democratic Party. He seems to take it very personally as a repudiation of his legacy and of the cover story that he used throughout his presidency, that you couldn't do more than what he did, that it was impossible. He seems to live in terror that somebody's going to repudiate that, because I think he knows, he's a smart guy, that he's not going to be remembered as a good president. He's going to be remembered as the president that ushered in Donald Trump.
Of course.
In the end, history is going to catch up with him. And I think he has been so purposeful in suppressing any left momentum in the party, partly to avoid that fate, partly to avoid that narrative shift. Because if that wing of the party takes over, the whole narrative, even within the party around Barack Obama, is necessarily going to become a repudiation of him and his legacy. Look at where it left that party, right?
Right.
So naturally, you have a lot of people like us, like Nick, who are, very skeptical of the Democratic Party. I don't disagree with anything that the World Socialist website said in its analysis of Mamdani. I don't disagree with anything that Shama said, or with what Nick said. And I think Nick kind of hits it on the head there. We are not emphatically saying, yeah, go volunteer, go sign up, go donate to Mamdani, because of everything they say is correct. Like, it doesn't surprise me that he's bringing in these kinds of consultants. Shama is absolutely right. Like, if he were really looking to take down the Democratic Party, that's not who he would be hiring. That having been said, yeah, do I think that he is trying to bring the party in a more left progressive direction, in a more socialist direction? Yeah, I mean, I believe that about AOC too. We can see what that adds up to when the time comes to vote on spending bills for the Pentagon, when the time comes to vote on funding for ICE, which the squad mostly voted for under Biden, increased funding for ICE. So yeah, man, I mean, I think both things are true. Like, I think AOC endorsed him because I think she does want to see things go more in that direction. When push comes to shove, she would always bend the knee to Mama Bear, and he's demonstrating that he will too. Now, that does not mean that having that generation with that perspective ascendant within that party represents no meaningful change. Clearly, if you would ask people a year ago if New York would ever nominate a candidate who is running on BDS and arresting Benjamin Netanyahu, if a guy like that could ever be nominated for mayor of New York, they would say, well, are you crazy? That could never happen in New York. You know how Zionist New York is? So you do have this progressive momentum. You do have this generational shift within the bones and the carcass of this corrupt, dying political institution. It seems like there's a lot of confusion on the left about whether to support this campaign or to warn people, don't get involved in that. It's going to sheepdog you into the Democratic Party. I mean, I think if you don't live in New York, which, 99.9% of people who watch us, I'm sure don't. I mean, it's not even really an issue for you. We're not supporting the campaign because of all those critiques. I will vote for him as somebody who actually lives in this district. I did not vote for Kamala Harris, as many of us did not. Not because there was no difference between what I thought Kamala Harris and Donald Trump would do. A lot of people, because our critiques of the Democrats were so vicious and relentless, assumed that we thought that the Trump movement offered anything good. We did not. We proposed that maybe they'd be a little better on war, and we were not willing to commit to that as a definite. There was like a hope that maybe, and it turns out not so much. Although it's always hard to prove a negative. Who knows what Kamala would have done? But certainly that hasn't worked out very well. But if genocide is not a line for you, then you don't have a line. You have no line. There has to be something you won't vote for, or your vote is meaningless. You have no control over your politicians if there's nothing you won't vote for. her insistence that she would not limit arms sales to Israel, that is promising to continue a genocide. And that's not something you can vote for. Can I vote for a guy who is running in the most Zionist city in the world outside of Israel on arresting Netanyahu? Yeah, I can. Can I tell people go get involved in the campaign of a Democrat? No, I can't, because of everything that Sham is saying, everything the World Socialist website said. Yeah, they're absolutely right. And him appointing these people, does it mean anything? Yeah, it does. It does. On a broader level, I think a big question that you're always going to get if your politics are radical is, do you empower people who are trying to drag the system further in your direction, who nonetheless are going to accommodate that system? Or do you insist that you will settle for nothing less than burn it down and blow it up, even if that means that you're never going to have any politicians in office who in any way share your politics or your vision of society? And if you believe the latter, then I think, if you're to be honest, you need to admit that you're an accelerationist, which I'm not criticizing that. I mean, but own it. Like, hey, what you want is for the system to get so bad that it fails so that your politics become viable. You'd rather do that than have people like Mamdani, who might make food a little cheaper and rent a little more stable, who might keep the system limping along. That's essentially what you're advocating.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise at all that he's making these hires. I mean, that's just not even remotely surprising, because he's running as a Democrat, and that's what he's going to do as a Democrat. As a Democrat running to try and become the mayor of New York City as a Democrat, what he did was he did what he had to do to win the primary, and now the next phase of this is uniting the Democratic Party so that the Democrats in New York vote for him so that he wins. I mean, that's just what he's going to do. Like, it's not even, it's not remotely surprising to me. I do think there is a bit of straw manning going on online, and I know straw manning can, come across as, there's a certain negative implication that word carries, and I don't think people are doing it on purpose. I think they're doing it because they kind of mistake what they see for something else. There are a lot of people who are acting as though anyone who sees any value at all in Mamdani's primary victory, and anyone who sees any value at all in Mamdani winning and becoming mayor of New York, there are a lot of people who are acting as if anyone who sees value in that is somehow engaging in this kind of blind hero worship of Mamdani. Oh, you're falling for him. You're being psyoped by him. No, that's just not true. That's just not an accurate way of framing it. Like, you could be totally aware that, yes, because he's running within the Democratic Party, and now he's doing what every Democrat has to do in the general election, what every major party candidate has to do in a general election, which is you have to unite the party behind you in order to win. Now, Shama didn't have to do that because she ran outside the duopoly. And again, I'd be much bigger on Mamdani if he did it that way. He didn't do it that way.
I mean, so we'd almost definitely be supporting his campaign if he were running as an independent.
Right. But when you're running inside the party, the task in the general is to unite the party. And that means to make scumbags who own the Democratic Party at least happy or comfortable enough with you that they will put the infrastructure of the party behind you. And yes, bring the teachers union in, bring the SEIU in, right? That's the kind of wheeling and dealing that's just inevitable when you run within the system. So I think to act as though people who see some value in Mamdani as being smitten by him or being cultish in their devotion to him, that's just not true. That's just not an accurate assessment of where most of us are coming from. I personally have not seen anybody engage in hero worship of the guy. Now, I don't follow a lot of the DSA stan accounts or anything like that, so I'm not saying none of those people are out there. Like, people who are still big on AOC, of course, are going to love Mamdani, right? I don't follow those accounts. I don't really have anything to do with those accounts. I don't see those accounts. Everyone who I see in this space, like, Zankis, for example, who is also a New Yorker, talk about Mamdani in this exact way, which is, yes, there are limitations, very, very strict limitations as to what this candidacy offers. At the same time, there is an undeniable, meaningful difference between Mamdani becoming mayor and Eric Adams getting a second term. Just one of them. Just one of them. And this should be case closed for every serious person. Right now, in New York City, you have these Betar thugs running around putting pagers in the pockets of pro-Palestine protesters, terrorizing pro-Palestine protesters with violent threats, doing it on camera, filming themselves doing it, posting it online. They feel completely emboldened to do it. When Mamdani won the primary, Betar said, we encourage Jews to flee New York City, which Jews don't have to flee New York City. They're not talking about Jews. They're talking about themselves. They're talking about they're not going to be able to go and terrorize pro-Palestinian protesters with impunity if Mamdani wins. So right there, that in and of itself is a major difference, a major meaningful difference between Mamdani winning and these people feeling like they got to leave town, and Adams winning a second term where they feel, as they do now, emboldened to terrorize the pro-Palestine movement. Just because noticing that difference does not make me a Mamdani stan. Noticing that difference and recognizing that difference does not mean I'm falling for anything. It means I have my eyes open and I can understand obvious distinctions and meaningful distinctions between two candidates. And if the distinction is meaningful enough, then you should vote for one over the other. Under Kamala versus Trump, the distinction was not meaningful enough because both were pro-genocide. So if both candidates are pro-genocide, then there's no meaningful difference between them. If Kamala Harris promised an arms embargo on day one, I'd say vote for Kamala Harris because there'd be a very important and meaningful distinction at that point between her and Donald Trump. If you vote for her and she promises an arms embargo, the genocide stops. If you vote for Trump and he doesn't, the genocide continues. So if there was a meaningful difference between those candidates, I would advocate for one over the other. That depends on context. This depends on context as well. So the idea that I can point that out and recognize that and weigh those two things against each other does not mean I'm falling for anything. Does not mean I'm sheepdogging anybody into anything. That this is one more problem of this too, is that this space, this business that we're in here, this is about takes, right? Just like in the mafia, you're only as good as your last envelope. Here, you're only as good as your last take, right? So there's pressure not to have a bad take, right? The world is not measured in takes, right? Politics is not a game of takes, right? It's not. It's not. So yeah, like the good take, right? The simplest take, and by the way, the best takes are the takes with no nuance whatsoever, right? No complexity whatsoever. So the based take to get the most dopamine hits out of the audience is he's a sheepdog. This is all a scam. You should have nothing to do with it. That's the best take. That's the easiest take, right? And there's a kernel of truth to that take too, because yes, he is wheeling and dealing like a typical Democrat does at this stage in the game, right? But political action is much different from that. Politics is a game of action and organizing. It's not a game of who has the best take online in every circumstance. And so, yes, the truth in this example is nuance, which is, there's good reason to think that he is going to under-deliver, to put it mildly, if he's elected mayor. There's also good reason to think that the Betar thugs who get off on terrorizing pro-Palestine protesters are going to be more likely to mind their own fucking business if Mamdani is president, which in and of itself is a huge win. Not to mention all this other shit where you have Adams talking about adopting the IHRA standard for anti-Semitism as a legal framework. Legal framework governing speech in the city, what you can and cannot say about Israel. Right? Mamdani says he's not going to do that. That's another massive, massive difference on a big issue. Civil liberties regarding anti-Israel speech, regarding the right to protest for divestment from Israel. So, I just don't see the standing going on that a lot of people say is going on. I don't see, it's not as simple as,
if you think it's better that Mamdani win than Adams win, that means you're being psyoped and you're falling. That's just, it's a nonsense argument. And I don't think people are making it in bad faith. I think people are so used to being screwed over by Democrats that they just get very suspicious. So I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose. I'm not saying these people are doing it on purpose, but I do see that going on.
Right. And also remember, because there's a lot of talk about what he could actually do as mayor. Freezing the rent is a really feasible thing for a New York mayor to do because they pick the members of the rent board. De Blasio did it 2 years in a row. There was no rent increase across the board. People in this space talk a lot about privilege and talk a lot about rich people who, really aren't connected to the concerns of working people, who can very cavalierly dismiss concerns about healthcare and rent and housing because they don't have those kinds of problems. So how is it not reflecting that kind of privilege when you dismiss the idea that freezing rent would be a life-altering, life-changing, life-saving thing for a lot of poor people who live in New York City? Like, that's not nothing for those people. Going back to what you're saying, is there a meaningful difference? Now, the question of focusing your activism on electing a Democrat, that's another question. We're not doing that. But do you need to go out and really savage this person? And no, he's no, it's nuanced. Again, I don't disagree with what Shama is saying. At the same time, if he did what she's saying, she won that way in Seattle. New York is not Seattle. New York is a Rockefeller Republican town. The reason that Mamdani got in the position that he did is because there is an enormous iceberg of Zionist backlash under the surface of the water that I think this victory reflects. And it's because New York skews younger than most cities because of the nature of New York. Families move out. So you wind up with a younger demographic. The average age here is 38. And because the system is not working for those younger voters. But it's a Rockefeller Republican town. It is a town that elected Giuliani, that elected Bloomberg to 3 freaking terms. Michael Bloomberg. This is not the left city that it is very often painted as. If Mamdani really ran that way, I think it would probably give Democrats the opening to bring in a white knight because he would scare the shit out of enough of those Rockefeller Republican kind of Democrats to coalesce them around somebody. So again, it comes down to, well, you might say, well, who cares? Why do you want this compromised Democrat candidate to win anyway? Which again, I say, all right, well, so at that point, embrace the accelerationist label, because you're basically saying you don't want anyone who's going to improve conditions in any way other than one that adheres to a radical program that is not going to win an election in New York City. So you would rather see Eric Adams, who's going to bring in the IHRA standard on anti-Semitism, and let the system get bad enough for people to embrace that radical program, so you're an accelerationist. So just make that argument at that point and say why you want the system to get worse.
All right. Jake, can we hit the Patreon scroll, please? Thank you. Jake's having some internet problems tonight, but thank you for trying there. There we go. Beautiful. All right, folks. So if you like the show we do, you can help us do even more of it by going to any one of those links at the top of that link at the top of that scroll there. DoDissidents.com/Patreon, DoDissidents.com/Substack, or DoDissidents.com/Locals. All 3 of those you can join for just $5 a month. Any one of those perks are the same across all the platforms.
The perks of joining include your name up in lights on the patron scroll. You also get a post-game live stream every month. Once a month, we switch over at the end of the show and do exclusive content for patrons, plus we take calls. We also do film club live streams. You also get ad-free live stream replays emailed to your inbox the day after they air. So if you miss a show and you don't want to watch it back with the ad interruptions, you get an ad-free stream emailed directly to you the day after it airs for just $5 a month. You also get call-in access to our post-show Q&As. Our Q&As, which happen once a week, every Sunday night, right here on Rumble when we switch over after the main show. Tonight is Sunday, so we will be doing a patron call-in tonight. So your membership really does help the show tremendously, so thank you all very much for your support. Like I said, you can join for just $5 a month or $50 a year, which gets you 2 free months on Substack or on Locals. Hamhawk says, don't want to be a spoiler, but did you know about the assassination attempt on the leadership in Iran today? You know, I heard Sabby mention it. I looked it up, and I didn't see anything about it. So I heard Sabby mention it at the top of her show because I caught the top of her show. But I looked it up, and I didn't see anything. None of the major outlets had anything about that. I didn't even see it on X. So, I'm sure it's real. I just didn't have time to look into it. The ratio heard around the world. Thank you. Soccer Papa, Tucker has watched Sicario one too many times. Thank you. Vito P says, it's Vito. There's no better way to spend a Sunday night than with my fellow dissidents. Cancer sucks. You guys rock. Well, thank you, Vito. Appreciate that very much. $1 Million Trooper says, the smell of weed is the smell of freedom. The smell of halal food is probably the smell of better health. That's probably true. Yes, indeed. Furrow Screen says, thanks for tweeting my picture, boys. Was only 3 rows from Dave's trousers. I mean, from Dave. Russ was right. I had to unlock my phone at Manchester Airport. Had the anti-Israel app there. Okay. Well, yeah, no, it's my pleasure to tweet that out. Thank you for sending it, Furrow Screen. EO Shush, look, I enjoy sitting on my couch smoking weed and eating Cheetos while I steal money from hardworking white Americans just as much as you do. But this is bait set by Mamdani to implement Sharia law. Thank you, EO Shush. Appreciate that very much. Sparky says, I heard someone ask a local gangster when I was a kid how he got so rich. He answered, hard work and frugality. Thank you, Sparky. Lewis Dixon, thanks for the $5. That painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress doesn't ring any bells for you guys? Of course it does.
Of course, yeah.
Sparky, thanks for the $2. Are the chickens coming home to roost? I hope so, Sparky. David Santucci, thanks for the $20. It's great to see MAGA questioning the relationship with Israel. I just hope it doesn't turn into a real anti-Semitic backlash. Well, that's what we talked about a lot. Regretful Robert, thanks for the $20. I could have caught a Mets baseball if I had bought the tickets sooner. A Mets baseball? What is that a reference to? So, sorry about that, Robert. Regretful Robert has a regret. Landrew, thanks for the $100. Let's have a cowbell for Landrew and a sound drop for Landrew. Landrew says, what will be the big, beautiful announcement tomorrow by Genocide Don? Bombing Iran? We just found Epstein in Tel Aviv. Free Palestine. Sorry, censorship. Yeah, what is the big announcement? I don't know. Is there a big announcement?
What? He said he's doing a big announcement?
Is he teasing a big announcement? I don't know. I haven't heard nothing about a big announcement. Let's see. Rhino, I would guess, if I had to guess what the big announcement is, I mean, did he sound positive when he was talking about it, or did he sound like it was a bad announcement? All it says on CNN here is Trump doubles down on his support for Bondi after MAGA fallout. I don't see anything about any Iran stuff going on. I don't even see that on X. Is that even trending on X? What's going on here? No, I don't see anything.
Landrew is dead.
Well, thank you for that, Landrew. Very kind of you as always. Some Grift says, Rhino, thank you. Andy Gardner says, mixing humans and insects and plants. A new nightmare unlocked. Yes. This is my dream. Thanks to the $4.99. Says, I believe Tucker believes what he says, but doesn't have the courage to go all the way. That's the problem with a lot of Americans. I think he has certain convictions, but I also think he's like wed to a certain ideology. Like he throws shade at Mamdani. He said about Bernie, he hates the country, wants to govern.
Yeah, right.
When
he says those things, he says them like as a side, like, and I don't support him. I think he hates the country.
Yeah, I think he hates the country.
Govern.
yeah, I think they hate the country.
Let's see. Lovey Dovey, thanks for the $49.99. Let's have a cowbell for Lovey Dovey. Says, at the end of the day, we should all focus on love. Well, that is a very lovey-dovey post. That is very in character, Lovey Dovey. Thank you for that very much. Empire We Are, thanks for the $5. Says, sometimes you knuckleheads make me homesick. Good Jewish energy and morality. Thank you for that. Appreciate that very much. What do we got here? Adam C. says, why aren't folks addressing previously filed joint lawsuit against Epstein and Trump by Jane Doe, age 16, back in 2016? It's available in public court records in PACER court document system. No, there's a lot there.
I have mentioned that a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
She filed that 3 times, and she said she backed out because they threatened her life and the life of her family.
Yep.
And at the time that she filed that, this is the smoking gun to me. At the time that she filed that, most people didn't know who Jeffrey Epstein was.
Right.
So why would some random girl named Jeffrey Epstein as a co-defendant and connect him to Trump like that?
Right. Derek X says, Mamdani is trying to bring socialism in the Democratic Party. That's like trying to score a touchdown in a baseball game. Thank you, Derek. Texas grown. I thought Goldman Sachs were the bond between Americans. Duly noted. Thank you. Good one. Brendan McNamara says, Super Mamdani. It's an American immigrant story. There you go. Dwayne Vogel says, capitalism is a failed ideology. Indeed.
You know what? Just an aside on the Superman thing. I thought this might happen. The early reporting is that it's really not doing well overseas. That does not surprise me at all. There is no more iconically American character than Superman.
Yeah, than Superman, of course.
At a moment when the world hates us, does anyone really want to go see a Superman movie in China or France right now?
Right. Yeah, good point. Smitty, BKNY, thanks for the $10. Points well taken on Tucker historically doing the wrong thing. However, similar to Joy Reid, for other reasons, don't you think our current climate is radicalizing these people? Well, he was off of Fox on the campaign trail. This is what I mean. Like, when it matters, I mean, he seems to revert to that ideology. That's what I mean. I mean, maybe it is, and I hope it is.
Look at that freak show that he hosted.
Yeah. And where was he on the big, beautiful bill? He didn't say, how can you do this? How can you cut people's Medicaid? People are starving. People can't afford a good life. Nothing. Zero.
Yeah,
Todd
look, man,
S.
Tucker does things like interview the president of Iran that has value, that has journalistic value that God knows nobody else is doing. And I'm glad he does that. But you got to take him with a grain of salt when he goes on these tangents.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Todd S. says, all right, Mamdani has to release a cringy Mamala video to make sure people say his name correctly. I'm sure the Dems could come up with something. They probably could. All right, folks, we're going to move right on along here. So here's some good news. First of all, as we know, Mahmoud Khalil is now a free man, still facing a deportation battle. But he was interviewed by CNN's Christian Amanpour, who put out this little trailer, if you will, with some key points of the interview. This was this was Friday night.
Such facilities, such ICE facilities, your rights literally stay outside. On the inside, as you would expect, the food was as close as could be to inedible. I had to switch to vegetarian because the meat was. I threw up like after I ate the meat there. It was so cold. We had to ask for more blankets, but no one would answer our requests.
You missed the birth of your first child, a boy. Everybody was very concerned about your wife, who is an American citizen, there without you. What was that like? And then what was it like when you were first able to hold your child for the first time?
Missing the birth of my child, I think that was the most difficult moment in my life, especially because like this could have been avoided. We put so many requests to be able to attend that moment, and I don't think I would be able to forgive them for taking that moment away from me.
Don't blame you. Don't blame you, sir. And good news here, Mahmoud Khalil files $20 million claim against the government. Khalil, a graduate of Columbia, says ICE falsely imprisoned him, among other claims. He would also accept an apology and a policy change. So he's not even doing it for the money. He will call off the lawsuit if they apologize and change their policy. Mahmoud Khalil, the former Columbia University student activist who was detained for months as the federal government sought to deport him, has filed a claim against the Trump administration seeking $20 million in damages. Khalil would use the money to help others similarly detained, according to his lawyers. He would also be satisfied with an official apology and the government abandoning what he calls its unconstitutional policy instead. This is the first step towards accountability, Khalil said in a written statement Thursday. Nothing can restore the 104 days stolen from me, the trauma, the separation from my wife, the birth of my first child that I was forced to miss. He said the same government that targeted him for speaking out is using taxpayer dollars to fund Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza. There must be accountability for political retaliation and abuse of power. His lawyers contend that the government's actions were marked by malice and brought lasting harm, including Khalil being smeared as a terrorist, subjecting him and his family to harassment, threats to their safety, and economic insecurity. In response to his arrest and public denigration, a human rights nonprofit rescinded his job offer, jeopardizing his career in his chosen field and placing in doubt his ability to secure future employment. That's right. We kind of forget about this. It's not only the horror and the indignity of being locked in a cage for articulating your opinion, which he has the constitutional right to do as a permanent legal resident, or as a person on American soil, I should say. He doesn't even have to be a permanent legal resident.
Right.
But also, yes, I mean, the business world, even the nonprofit world, even a human rights group, shamefully enough, is taking action against him. So this can affect his future in a very serious way. Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said that Khalil's claim that DHS officials branded him as an anti-Semite and terrorized him and his family is absurd. It was Khalil who terrorized Jewish students on campus. He branded himself an anti-Semite through his own hateful behavior and rhetoric. That's the party line you would expect from Tricia McLaughlin.
Boy.
Khalil's administrative claim was filed at the State Department, the Department of Homeland Security, and ICE, a required step in advance of an anticipated lawsuit in federal court. The claim includes allegations of false arrest, false imprisonment, malicious prosecution, and abuse of process, and negligent and intentional infliction of emotional distress. It contends his arrest and detainment caused severe emotional distress, economic hardship, damage to his reputation, and significant impairment of his First Amendment and Fifth Amendment rights. The claim was brought under the Federal Tort Claims Act, which allows people to sue the U.S. government for damages for violations of civil law. So here is Khalil talking more about this lawsuit. This video is tweeted out by the Ben Shapiro Show, so his show account, saying this is what victim culture leads to. Wow. Let's take a look at the video.
For $20 million in damages against the Trump administration because of the unconstitutional and unlawful arrest and all these conditions that I was put under. It's clear to me it's either the 20 million or an official apology. I don't want this money just because I need money. What I want is actually accountability, real accountability.
This idea that he is some sort of moderate immigrant to the United States who just wishes to live the American life. No, he's not. He's a victim, just like everybody else. We should not import people who believe that they are part of a gigantic coalition of victims directed at tearing down Western institutions. It's just not a good idea.
Okay, so it's obviously much more about the...
Hang on, man. You're speaking out for Israel on the premise that you don't like large groups of people that claim to be victims?
Well, that's what I mean. It's really much more about the Western values than about the victimhood, since no one cries victimhood more than Israelis and their supporters.
It's an entire political project entirely built around claims of victimhood.
Right. So it's not about the victimhood. It's about the West is really what it's about. This is what victim culture leads to. Again, this guy was imprisoned in a hellhole for 104 days, missed the birth of his child because he articulated opinions that the government did not like. This is an open and shut lawsuit. I hope he wins every dime. Yes, everyone, Ben Israel First Shapiro, says Blakely, would like to mock a man for victim culture who was kidnapped by ICE thugs and unlawfully kept in detention, missing the birth of his first child, all because he spoke out against Israel's genocide in our allegedly free country. Yes, well said. And oddly enough, here's a piece of sound that actually serves as a clapback to Ben Shapiro. He didn't mean it this way in this context. But this is how ironic this is, that now you have leftists having to explain to right-wingers why they're not entitled to safe spaces because feelings are not facts. Borrowing Ben Shapiro's own language, Ben Shapiro famously said, facts don't care about your feelings, as an own to the wokesters, right? So here is Khalil making a differentiation between feeling uncomfortable and feeling unsafe. He says the protest might make you feel uncomfortable if you're not comfortable with the fact that your country is committing genocide, but that doesn't mean you're unsafe, and there's a difference between those. So here he is.
Why some Jewish students might feel threatened, not just on Columbia, but at campuses around the country.
We need to distinguish between being uncomfortable and between being unsafe. So there should be a distinction between these two. I can understand how these protests may make someone uncomfortable, hearing that your country or a country that you support is committing a genocide. I can understand that, but feelings are not facts.
Feelings are not facts. You hear that, Ben Shapiro? That sounds an awful lot like facts don't care about your feelings.
Yeah.
Right? Let's do that one more time.
I can understand that, but feelings are not facts.
That's right. Feelings are not
Yeah, I thought we all
facts.
agreed on that.
Yes. I thought we all agreed on that. It's amazing that he has to lecture the Ben Shapiros of the world about their own constructs. That's the way they constructed their own argument. So, yes, look, I've been harping on this case since the news broke of his initial arrest, which is that this is, among all the other, I mean, now it almost sounds trivial to say this is an automatic fail, because obviously the Epstein case is an automatic fail. Like there've been so many automatic fails since his arrest that this almost gets kind of buried in the pile of automatic fails. But it is an automatic fail to jail a legal permanent resident for speech, which is what the Trump administration did. A judge disqualified or deemed illegitimate their rationale under the Immigration Nationality Act, whatever it was in the 50s, that said they were allowed to detain or deport someone for undermining United States foreign policy interests. Judge already said that's nonsense. Of course it's nonsense. Under that rationale, Joe Biden could have deported Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson is a foreigner who's in America speaking against the Ukraine war. So Joe Biden could have said, well, this you're jeopardizing our foreign policy interests by speaking out against the Ukraine war. Jordan Peterson, much more famous than Mahmoud Khalil, right? So under that rationale...
He could have deported Russell Brand for driving up the price of eggs.
Yeah, exactly. Like, under that rationale, you could deport anyone who wasn't born here if they say the wrong thing. So a judge threw that out. A judge said that's nonsense, and it's obviously nonsense. Obviously, if you are on U.S. soil, much less a permanent legal resident married to an American citizen, you have the right to freedom of speech. The fact that he was jailed for 104 days for speech is so beyond the pale obscene. And this lawsuit, it's great that he filed this lawsuit. I don't know what success he'll have in anything resembling a just and fair society. If we have a functional judicial system at all, he should win every dime. He shouldn't settle. He shouldn't let the government settle. stay in and win. I can't imagine how you lose this case in a judicial system that is remotely functional. Now, that's the question. Is it remotely functional? But it's obvious. It's so obvious that what happened to him was so horrible and so on. It's outrageous. The man was jailed for speech. Jailed for speech. We heard Alex Jones earlier in the live stream. Hillary's going to throw you in prison for speech. And yes, the Democrats made all kinds of gestures that they would do something like that. This was more outrageous than anything they even hinted at doing. It simply was. It simply was. And so I hope he wins every dime. Good for him. He says he's going to use his winnings, by the way, to help people who have been detained unlawfully as well. So he's not talking about taking that money and buying a mansion in France or wherever.
Right.
But I hope he keeps enough to take care of himself, maybe to find himself a civilized country to go live in that'll actually treat him like the human being that he is, as opposed to this fucking hellhole. But so that's what I hope for him. It's his call. He has the right to stay here if he wants. That's up to him. My advice would be go to a place that's going to treat you better. But yeah, and then he'll put the rest towards helping people out who are in a similar situation.
Yeah, I have no idea why he would want to stay here.
Yeah.
But this is the question I think over the next year is going to become more clear. Is this really this victory, Trump winning this election? Is this the high watermark of this long brewing fascist movement? Are our institutions still robust enough through the courts for lawsuits like this to succeed? And does the population still have the will to beat this off? Because in the end, you don't need a lot of determined revolutionaries to completely change the character of a society. I mean, if you look at the history of revolutions, they're usually driven by a minority of the population. You know, most people are not involved. These fruitcakes, they are passionately devoted to whatever the fuck this is. You can't even really call it an ideology because there's no clear economic theory behind it other than plunder. Like there's no real concept. Like it's not even as well articulated as Reaganomics with its Lafler curve. Like there was some theory of the case. It was fucking nonsense, but there was a theory drawn on a napkin. This is just, yeah, no, beat up the immigrants and you're going to get a nice factory job. And yeah, it's going to be great. Like there's nothing there other than just thinly veiled pretext to loot the treasury and give more to those who already have and take away what little the people who don't have are clinging to. That's not really a sustainable ideology. But the question is, are they able to use their powers to essentially create a police state to suppress any avenues of overthrowing them through the democratic process before you're able to reverse this? Are they able to really just, you know, take ICE, use them as a police force, and suppress any effort to stop them? That is the question I think you're going to see resolved between now and the midterms. Because are they going to allow free and fair elections? It's a legitimate question. Will the population, if allowed, be propagandized into this, you know, yeah, we're rounding up the brown people thing? I don't think so, especially as the consequences of these policies hit. But you look at a case like Khalil, that's a test. Like, can our institutions withstand the kind of assault on civic society that the Trump administration represents? The way that plays out, the way all of these lawsuits play out, the way these elections play out, it's going to be about a year, you know, a little more before you see, like, is America going to collapse into fascism, or are we going to be able to fight this off and possibly recover from this?
Well, yeah, I mean, one of our friends thinks, and you might be onto something, that this birthright citizenship push is meant to denaturalize tens of millions of people, who were born here to parents who they're going to say is illegal, with the effort to throw them off the voter rolls. Basically, take tens of millions of people off the voter rolls by saying, well, you're not legitimate citizens anymore, so now you can't vote, and that creates a demographic advantage for the Republicans going into the midterms. Totally possible, and we will have to obviously follow this very, very closely. But yeah, cases like this are tests.
The litmus
because
test.
The merits of this case are open and shut. Of course, he has a lawsuit. Absolutely.
Of course.
All right. We've got one more segment on the night. I do want to tell you about our friend John Koa. So just a moment of your time. John Koa has a new single out now. It's called Just a Little Off the Rails. So for those familiar with John's work, this is the latest preview from his upcoming album. The foundation of these tracks began as raw live acoustic performances captured a few years ago. Initially, John considered releasing just those solo acoustic versions, but he found it easier to make the art than to put it out. Now these tracks are seeing the light of day, and Just a Little Off the Rails, is the first single. It's an autobiographical song with lyrics that may hit home for a lot of people, so please go to John Koa's Spotify page to give it a listen. You can find a link to all of John's socials at dodissidents.com/Koa. You can also subscribe to his YouTube channel, youtube.com/@John Koa. But this link right here has all of his socials, including the Spotify page where you could check out the new single from his upcoming album, A to Z. So please do that. All right. Empire We Are says, I hope he becomes mayor. Been a very long time since we had someone I'd take a slug for. Ralph Nader, Paul Wellstone, RFK. We'll find out if he's a super rare, real thing. Thank you, Empire We Are. John Olmstead says, do you guys think it's even possible to have a socialist-style society in America based on the straight-up cruelty MAGA is cheering on? I'm becoming much more cynical by the day that a better world is possible. Look, yeah, I see what you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying, especially now that they have power. What you're seeing is as people with any humanity in them whatsoever jump ship, whether it's based on Israel Gaza or whether it's Alligator Alcatraz or whether it's the Epstein thing, which is obviously massive and huge, and the bombing of Iran. Like, the people with any humanity in them are jumping ship. What you're left with is a core of people who are driven by pure race hatred. And that's really what this is. Yeah. So
scum of the earth.
Right. And this is why it's a legitimate question to say, well, yeah, material analysis often transcends these divisions, right? Basically, you make you make an economic pitch to someone. You say, we're going to empower workers of all races. That appeals to most people except for diehard racists. Because if you are a person driven by race hatred, then you don't want to empower all workers. You want to dominate other people. And as this goes on, what you're seeing is that everybody who's not driven purely by that is leaving. And the people who are staying are the people who literally get off on brown people being tortured. That's literally what MAGA is becoming.
That's what I voted for.
Exactly. So it depends on, and that's a very good question, John. It depends on how sizable a percentage of the population that is. If a third of this country is driven by that, then no, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry to say. Doesn't mean you don't fight for it. Doesn't mean you don't make gains where you can. But if that's where we're at, then I can totally understand why you're feeling that way. I think it's a very good question. Thank you for it. Empire We Are. Thanks for the $2. Damn, first major red flag learner. To me, it's not the first. I forget what the first was. There are a lot of red flags.
He took a picture with Emma Vigeland. That was
they're right. That was the first red flag. Yeah, exactly. Oh boy.
No, man. I said that after I interviewed him at the Tesla dealership.
Oh,
I felt like he was
he's a smiley
politician.
He's a smiley.
Yeah.
David Santucci, why does the SEIU put BJ after their local names? I suppose it's a service industry. Ha ha, but I didn't think it was unionized. Good one. Daria, thanks for the $5. Thanks for your insights and jokes to Keaton, Russell, and Jezzy. Love from Canada. Thank you, Daria. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
John N says halal food smells like food. Exactly. Yes. Halal food smells like food.
It's quite tasty.
It's quite good. How long before we find out pocket universes are real? Thank you, Furno. John Taverna.
That's like Keaton's favorite place over there in the city that you took me.
Oh, yeah.
It's a halal place.
The African Caribbean halal place. Oh, it's amazing. The Big Beautiful Bill is the Big Beautiful Buggery. Yes. Thank you, John Taverna. Appreciate that. All right, one more on the nights, and then we're going to Rumble for the Q&A. I know it's a long one. Thanks for sticking with us, everybody. We got more Rumble rants to go to. Yeah.
All right. So there's been a lot of reporting on FEMA's response in Texas. Kristi Noem went on Meet the Press to address some of it today. So this first article here is from CNN. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, whose department oversees FEMA, recently enacted a sweeping rule aimed at cutting spending. Every contract and grant over $100,000 now requires her personal sign-off before any funds can be released. For FEMA, where disaster response costs routinely soar into the billions as the agency contracts with on-the-ground crews, officials say that threshold is essentially pennies, requiring sign-off for relatively small expenditures. As Central Texas towns were submerged in rising waters, FEMA officials realized they couldn't pre-position urban search and rescue crews from a network of teams stationed regionally around the country. In the past, FEMA would have swiftly staged these teams, which are specifically trained for situations including catastrophic floods closer to a disaster zone in anticipation of urgent requests, multiple agency sources told CNN. But even as Texas rescue crews raced to save lives, FEMA officials realized they needed Noem's approval before sending those additional assets. Noem didn't authorize FEMA's deployment of urban search and rescue teams until Monday, more than 72 hours after the flooding began, multiple sources told CNN. Trump approved a major disaster declaration for Texas on Sunday, July 6th. By Monday night, only 86 FEMA staffers had been deployed, according to internal FEMA data seen by CNN, a fraction of the typical response for a disaster of this scale. So this is what Kristi Noem said, in part, about the idea that FEMA had not responded promptly to the need.
Just an hour or two after the flooding, Within just an hour or two after the flooding, we had resources from the Department of Homeland Security there helping those individuals in Texas. It was a heartbreaking scene, and I think it's been well covered about what the Coast Guard did, how they were deployed immediately and helped rescue so many individuals from those floodwaters. And we had Border Patrol down there with their tactical teams, and FEMA was there just within a few hours as well. So those claims are false. They're from people who won't put their name behind those claims. And those call centers were fully staffed and responsive. And this was the fastest, I believe, in years, maybe decades, that FEMA has been deployed to help individuals in this type of a situation.
All right, so she really fits in with the Trump administration because we've seen a lot of these fruitcakes bullshit, but she really bullshits like the boss. That's a very Trump thing where clearly FEMA dropped the ball and just displayed deadly incompetence in this situation. To just go ahead, that's very Trump-esque. Yeah, no, this was the best response in the history of FEMA. Everybody's saying it. I had a call from the Prime Minister in England. He said, wow, how did you do such a fast response like that? No way, Joe Biden could never have done that. Like, just absolute bullshit pouring out of her. But this was even more damning. This was the New York Times. This dropped on Friday. FEMA didn't answer thousands of calls from flood survivors, documents show. On July 5th, as floodwaters were starting to recede, FEMA received 3,027 calls from disaster survivors and answered 3,018, or roughly 99.7%, the documents show. Contractors with 4 call center companies answered the vast majority of the calls. That evening, however, Ms. Noem did not renew the contracts with the 4 companies, and hundreds of contractors were fired, according to the documents and the person briefed on the matter. The next day, July 6th, FEMA received 2,363 calls and answered 846, or roughly 35.8%, according to the documents. And on Monday, July 7th, the agency fielded 16,419 calls and answered 2,613, or around 15.9%, the documents show. So she was asked about this, and this is what she had to say.
In Texas, that was there, that was a part of this operation, they would say the federal government and President Trump immediately responded.
Just to be very clear, on July 7th, 15.9% of calls were answered. I mean, does that concern you that only 15% of calls were answered? These are people in a desperate state. FEMA, often the first call that they make, only 15% were answered on July 7th, several days after the floods.
These contracts were in place and those people were in those call centers and they were picking up the phone and answering these calls from these individuals. So that report needs to be validified. I'm not certain it's accurate and I'm not sure where it came from. And the individuals who are giving you information out of FEMA, I'd love to have them put their names behind it, because the anonymous attacks to politicize this situation is completely wrong. I care, these emergencies need to be conducted exactly how President Trump handled this one. It was that the local responders are the ones who execute the response. The state comes in and manages it, and then the federal government comes in and supports it. And as soon as Texas asked for anything, we were there.
Just very quickly, I mean, disasters often cost millions, if not billions of dollars. You've acknowledged there is this policy you implemented to sign off on contracts that exceed $100,000. Why add extra red tape when there is a crisis of this magnitude?
It's not extra red tape. It's making...
Because they're trying to wipe you all out.
It is to make it harder to get help from the government. That is the purpose of work requirements for Medicaid, to make it harder to get help from the government. That is the point. Now, they are so determined to beat up the people who voted for them, take them by the ankles, turn them upside down, and shake them for loose change. They will never say, why is all this money going to these defense contractors? Why do these billionaires hardly pay any taxes? They're never going to look under those couch cushions. They are so determined to kill their own voters, to destroy the very people largely that voted for them, who live in these disaster areas, that they have taken the Secretary of Homeland Security, who has a very broad portfolio covering many different areas. She's very busy. She's not very competent, but she's very busy. She has a lot of different things to do, and decided to micromanage the approval of FEMA payments, something an assistant far below her should be doing. Why? To make it harder to get that money. They want to break all of these institutions so that people can't get anything from them. That's
it's almost like they want to wipe you out. Almost like it's not so much the human grass frog hybrid that they breed in a cow uterus. It's almost like just like sabotaging FEMA. Right? Like that's how they're trying to take you out. So
exactly.
So if that reporting is accurate, it's just unbelievable. So
hang on,
July 5th,
let's
hold on. Let me just say this one thing. On July 5th, they got 3,027 calls. They answered 3,018. On July 6th, they got 2,300 calls and they answered 846. So the day after, they had fewer calls, but only answered a third of them. That's nothing if not sabotage. It has to be.
Of course
what other explanation?
You got fewer calls, and then it got worse after
calls.
that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they didn't renew the contract because they created this new micromanagement rule where she has to individually sign off on every little thing, which is just not feasible for somebody with her other responsibilities to do in a timely manner.
Yeah.
Making sure everything is getting to my level and that it's immediately responded to. This was not slowed down at all. In fact, it was much more responsive. If you remember, I was there. I was standing right there long before this report ever came out, and people were asking, and we were granting permission in real time. So the false reporting has been something that is inappropriate, and it's something that I think we need to clear up, and that this response was by far the best response we've seen out of FEMA, the best response we've seen out of the federal government in many, many years, and certainly much better than what we saw under Joe Biden.
Whoever wrote that story should be in jail.
Well, yeah, it's always somebody did something wrong.
Yeah.
We're aggrieved. The vague threat that the weight of the government should be brought to bear on whoever did this and revealed our criminality. And wow, man, but she's quite an acolyte of the boss, man. That is very Trumpy. Yeah, It was the best ever. Everyone's saying it was the best response ever. Speaking of which, this should be no surprise to anybody. You might remember this was Donald Trump. He made a big show of how Biden had fumbled the ball in North Carolina.
And I think we take it very personally because North Carolina was very unfairly treated. Very, very unfairly treated. And it was obvious. It was too obvious. And we're going to make up for lost time. So thank you to the people of North Carolina. Thank you, everybody.
So then from there, he went and he did a big photo op where he got people from North Carolina to come up to the microphone and tell their stories of how badly they were treated by FEMA under Joe Biden. And what does he do once he has the power to help these people? Trump just denied North Carolina's request for FEMA relief from Hurricane Helene, calling it unwarranted. He used you as a prop, folks. I hate to say it. You don't deserve it. It's terrible what happened to these people. But this fucking scumbag put you up in front of a microphone for political advantage. And this is how much he actually cares about you. And the people of North Carolina voted for him, particularly in the areas hardest hit by the hurricane. So what did you think he was going to do once he got into office? These people hate you. They hate you. The only thing that you are good for to them is power. Insofar as they need you, so at least for now, they need your votes. You know, they'll feed you raw meat. They'll tell you that they're going to improve your life by, riding on horseback through MacArthur Park and going after people in places you don't live and people you don't know, and show how they're going to be brutalized and surrounded by alligators. They're going to throw you those breaded circuses while they dismantle what is left of the social safety net. Much of Trump's base is particularly reliant on those services like FEMA, like Medicaid. By the time people wake up, it's going to be too late. They already passed this bill. Do you know what it's going to take to try to get those services restored after they've been destroyed this way? I've been saying it again and again. AI is coming. Automation coupled with AI is going to be capable of replacing a lot of the labor force. The ruling class has no interest in keeping you alive, not through healthcare, not through disaster relief, not through anything. These people are trying to kill you. Any division between the so-called left and the so-called right at this point is entirely beside the point. It is us against them. As Warren Buffett famously said, yeah, there's a class war, and my side's winning. They're winning. They're winning. And now this is the end game. They are trying to kill you. That is not an exaggeration. They want you dead. You're going to keep clapping like a seal for whatever the fuck Alex Jones is talking about, tardigrades shot up your dick to make you radioactive proof or whatever the fuck he's on about. I mean, you know, you're going to get, I don't want to say what you deserve, but by ignoring this, you're setting yourself up for the slaughter.
Well, it's a death cult at this point. I mean, that's literally what it is. That's literally what it is. How could anyone in this town, how could anyone in these towns in Texas that have been flooded, their kids washed away?
Right.
How could they ever vote for this anymore? How could they ever support this anymore? How? Unless you hate yourself. You know, I mean, that's
which
the only
a lot
answer.
of people do. A lot of people, their minds are broken, man.
Yep. Exactly. That's what it is. That's what it is. And as for the political consequences of this, you know, I was listening to what the gray zone guys were talking about this a little bit. I heard a little bit, and I might be fuzzy on some of the details. They're having one of these big conferences in what is it, Sun Valley, Idaho? That's like the big resort town up there. It's kind of like a Jackson Hole, Wyoming, Aspen, Colorado type place. A very wealthy place in the middle of nowhere. And they're having like essentially like a mini kind of Bilderberg conference. I forget what it's called. And they have Alex Karp is going to be there from Palantir, and they have Chuck Schumer there, and they have a couple of these prominent Democrats. I think Wes Moore, the guy from Maryland, who they're going to try and make a big thing out of. They're going there. It's almost like the Alex Karps know that they ran the Republican Party into the ground in order to get this bill passed. Okay, so they serve their purpose. Yeah, they're not going to really. So now we're going to start vetting Democrats to see who will play ball when power changes hands. Right? It's almost like they know how politically damaging this is, but they don't care. They did it anyway. Right? They're talking about maybe trying to pass another mega bill this fall. Why do you think the Republicans want to do that? Because I think they realize, you know what? In a year from now, it's going to be hard to get these bills passed. So we better do it now. And then the real bosses will vet the Democrats who will play ball going, you know, down the road, so that when the pendulum swings,
and pretend they're going to undo it, and they'll undo it 10%.
Exactly. Sparky says, NYC aside, Mamdani being outwardly anti-Zionist and anti-genocide helps make easier for others to express those takes. In the big picture, Mamdani winning the election helps the world. Well, yeah, I do think that, and I think that it also inspires other it inspires people to get involved in other anti-Zionist campaigns, because if you can win in New York that way, you can win anywhere that way.
Right.
John N., thanks for the $2. Elmo Twitter got hacked. Very anti-Semitic. Oh, really? Is that right? Brendan McNamara, thanks for the $2. The new Superman movie is obviously anti-Zion-Nazi.
A lot of people are taking it that way.
Yeah, people are saying that. Mr. Feeney, I'm a big fan of your feet. Ben Shapiro, Nick Mullen as Ben Shapiro. Oh, was that one of his impressions? John Olmstead said, I listened to this stream because you guys in your coalition, RBN, love the post-duopoly show, etc. Give me hope. Thanks for all you do. You are appreciated. Well, thank you, John. Appreciate that very much. All right. Snoop Sean says, who would you say is the most prominent example of a person who's strawmanning and claiming support of Mamdani means you are a Mamdani stan, and there is no distinction between Mamdani and Adams? You know, I don't want to mention those names because I think they're coming at it from good faith, so I don't want to like call anybody out particularly. But I see a lot of that online on X. On X, I see quite a lot of that.
There is a lot of that. Yes.
Yeah, including some friends of ours who I don't want to put them on the spot because I don't think they're doing it on purpose. Right? I honestly don't think they're doing it on purpose. Like I don't think it's just bad faith engagement farming. I think they have sincerely been burned a lot.
Right.
And so they're afraid to get burned again. Yeah.
Well, it's very reflexive.
Now, if they do it again after they watch this, then I'm going to call them out. This is your warning. This is your last warning. Yeah. So how about that? Next week we'll start some shit.
It's very knee-jerk at this point. You know, it's like, you know, so much of this space is made up of people who got burned in the Sanders campaigns. Right. It's just the default position. They just don't even, I think at this point, consider nuance in these situations.
Right. Soccer Papa, Shama's critique is coming from the left flank, which is exactly how it should be. Her critique is in good faith. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Honest and realistic. Yeah. It should be more diverse. It should not be divisive for anyone with gray matter between the ears. Yeah, no, I think what she said is spot on.
I agree with what she's saying. The only factor I think that's missing from that critique is, yes, Shama was able to do that in Seattle, there is no fucking way she could have done that in New York. No way. So at that point, you got to ask yourself, okay, well, would you rather have Adams? Because the idea that you're going to do that here, no, not here.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. But it's obviously a much bigger lift because it's a much more populous city.
It's
right?
also of
it's
a
also
very
a very
different character.
Yeah, it's a Rockefeller Republican town,
Yep.
with the counterweight being, a lot of libs. Like there's more radical progressive energy in Seattle, Portland, and those places. So yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly easier. But I think the general principle of you need to run militant class war campaigns, I think that's right. And I think that could be a blueprint pretty much anywhere. Yeah.
I agree. But running as like an independent radical socialist in New York City for mayor.
Well, for mayor,
there's
right.
No
it's too big a race for mayor. That's the other thing is, you're not, it's not a city council seat.
You might, certain districts in Brooklyn, maybe you could pull that out for like a council seat, maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
Monkey Rotary. Hey, only 3 hours late. There you go. Thanks, Monkey Rotary. Freddie X says Sundays I go to some friend's house to play bocce, eat, drink, and be social. I always leave at 6:45 for DD. Oh, that's very flattering to hear. Or as I tell them, I'm part of a political project. This $5 makes me honest. You the best. Well, thank you. That's very kind to say. Appreciate that. And hey, why don't you watch it at your friend's house? Put it on at your friend's place. This way you don't got to leave. You can make fans out of them. My feelings don't care about Ben Shapiro's facts. There you go. Thank you. Master Yoda, why should the U.S. fund everyone else's wars while American families suffer? Join the American Communist Party. Thank you. EO Shush, we can't lock up someone indefinitely for saying something Israel doesn't like. Are we living in America anymore? Thank you, EO Shush. Appreciate that. I believe in people's right to free speech, says Snoop Sean. Unless I disagree with what they're saying, then I don't believe in free speech. Thank you for that. Very much. All right, folks, that is our show. We lost Jake. Jake had thunderstorms, so I got to handle the switch myself. So yeah, I gotta orient myself here, make sure I remember how to do this because Jake usually does this on Sunday. All right, I won't fuck this up. Probably not. Anyway, join us at dudissidents.com/rumble. We'll start the call-in queue right now. If you'd like to call in, members can call in using the link in their email. If you would like to get that link, sign up and become a member. dudissidents.locals.com. Click that bright red join button underneath the screen over on the Rumble side. And everybody head over to Rumble if you want to hang out for the Q&A. dudissidents.com/Rumble takes you to the Q&A after a 5-minute intermission. If you're not sticking around for the Q&A, thanks for staying up late with us tonight. Appreciate you all very much. We'll be back Tuesday, 2 p.m. Eastern, not same time, but same channel, 2 p.m. Eastern, YouTube and Rumble. Until then,
we got a last minute one from Ken Texican.
Oh, we got a last minute Rumble rant there?
Right under the wire.
Oh, is Jake here? Did he put that one in? Jake, are you there? All right, Jake's here. All right. If there are 1,300 people viewing on Rumble, but only 320 likes, does that mean there's a lot of bots watching? Yeah, I don't know. Got to smash that like button. Well, because a lot of people watch on Rumble, they don't have Rumble accounts because a lot of people don't create accounts. You have to create an account to like it. All right, Jake, if you're there, can you take us over to Rumble? All right. If Jake is back, Jake's going to take us over to Rumble right now. Thanks very much, everybody, for being here tonight. Q&A starts in 5 minutes. Everybody else, we'll see you Tuesday. Thanks for spending the night with us. Be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.